I'm not crazy, Malin. I'm,
And welcome back, everybody. It is a wonderful Saturday to be continuing the Kunoichi Carnival. As you guys know, day one was yesterday with the round robin, but now we have gone over to the playoffs happening today and tomorrow. I'm joined by the wonderful Megalas, and we're going to be covering the first round today of Kunoichi Carnival. Megalas, how are we feeling already seeing how the bracket turned out?
I'm obviously excited. Another Kunoichi means more of the fun action. Like you said, this is round one, not grand finals. Echo, do your thing, do your magic. But yeah, it's gonna be very interesting with Monarch MX. They kind of, looking at the CGL page, they kind of have a lot of trophies. So it's hard to root against them at this point. But maybe Estrella can pull off a round one upset here. It could be fun.
Absolutely. I would love that to actually happen. But you know what I love even more, Megalas? I love the Trevor Project. So please, just so you guys know, hold on, Echo. Before we go into the rest of the bracket and everything else, this is a charity event for the Trevor Project. As you can see, we opened up Twitch. There should be a pop-up that talks about the fact that this is going towards the Trevor Project. Please click for more information and give a donation. Why not? But also, now we can actually get into the nitty-gritty of it all. Let's talk about this bracket for the Diamond Division of Kunoichi Carnival. We have this round one, of course, happening between Monarch MX versus Estrella. And then on the other side of things, we have Wits Rainbow versus Greater Than Colon 3. As you can see, very small bracket, 4-man bracket. So this should relatively go by swiftly for these guys.
Yeah, hopefully. Obviously, sign-ups, a little bit slacking this time. Excuse me, Rising Cord, where y'all at? Sign up for Kunoichi events. We host them just for you. But yeah, I mean, listen, nice little bracket here with these 4 teams. And going forward here, it's just going to be them battling it out here in the Diamond Division the next few days. Should be very, very interesting. Again, Monarch going to be trying to defend the crown, getting, I think it'll be like their fourth or fifth, consecutive Diamond Trophy here. So it'll be a lot to see.
Absolutely. And of course, we can talk about the maps as well for our first round coming up here. We have Oasis starting things off, and then of course, subsequent maps will be selected from a predetermined map pool for the loser. So if Monarch MX, for example, loses round 1, they will get to choose between a plethora of hybrid maps available, and so on and so forth. But Oasis, Megalas, let's talk about it real fast. Some very interesting map to go towards, really flexible, I feel like, in terms of team comp. So what can you expect there?
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? When situations where Li Jiang maybe isn't in the pool, Oasis has kind of become the redefining, everybody picks it map, just because each of the subpoints can offer you a different style, right? It's not just a sort of a jam one composition and hope you can get away with it all 3 points, right? You have to be able to sort of adapt and show your skills a little bit across the entirety of Oasis here. I'm really hoping to see that, especially when we get to University, more of those brawl-centered comps. Those are sort of what these teams always love to thrive in, simply because Brawl is a lot simpler than any of the other styles. So I'm very interested to see how that one's going to go.
I mean, it's going to go super interesting because we have to go over to the bans as well. And like you said, this can really be where things get really hectic. If you get a really imperative ban out, you can see a ban onto maybe a support, maybe on a tank as well. That could change the whole game. For example, University, big on the brawl. If you erase Lucio or Mei from that equation, yeah, you open up a lot of things for the other sub-maps, but on University, that could really hinder certain compositions, and especially because these guys know each other, they know who is comfortable on what. I mean, Monarch MX themselves have a very large roster, so they have an insane amount of flexibility, but on the other hand, we have to be really careful with how we approach our ban systems.
Exactly. Bans are always super important here, but Monarch are going to be able to deliver something shocking, I'm sure, with the 0-0. Oh boy, I wonder what it could be. I was really hoping it'd pop up then. It would have been really, convenient timing. But hey, listen, it's fine. Like you were saying, the bans can be impactful. There it is. The Baptiste, interestingly enough, is going to be the first ban. It's a hero that's kind of just started making its resurgence, right? You've seen so much Kiriko and then Ana sprinklings from these flex support players. So then to actually have Bap start working his way back in, no real buffs or anything like that. It was just, I guess, support players were like, I'm tired of this. I'm playing Baptiste. But it seems as though Monarch does not want that one on the table, disable that high sustained healing, that high damage output as well, and make these fights just go a little bit faster is looking to be the name of their game.
Bap is so back. I am so happy Bap is back. I'm one of those flex support players where I agree. I love Ana, I love Kiriko, but I am quite exhausted of it. So I'm glad Bap is back. Not for this map, unfortunately, haven't been banned. And now that Estrella are locking down, they're going to be actually going for the Winston. So kind of looking over at that city center pick there, where Winston really does thrive. And that's going to open up a lot other tanks to be played, like Devo, for example, or Hazard.
Yeah, Diva, Hazard, I mean, the niche Wrecking Ball, if you've really got the ball in the back pocket. It's going to be interesting to see here. But yeah, like you said, these are both very targeted bans at specific submaps, so we'll have to see how it affects the map as a whole here as we go. Take a look at the people who will actually be playing on your screen. First up, that reigning champion squad Monarch MX. You got Salt and Bandit on the DPS line. Willowtron, she can do no wrong. She's on tank today. That's going to be an interesting one. And then Cinder and Tangerine bringing up that back line. Very interesting little squad we've got here.
Yeah, I also want to really quickly mention that this is Tangerine's last tournament, so we're really gonna miss them after the Kunoichi Carnival, and we hope they have some amazing future projects in line for them. But now, let's move on over to their opponents, that being Astraea coming up on deck here. We have Stock, we have Wacky Squid, Firefly, Shy, and Octopeo coming up on deck. And I actually love their favorite heroes, which I feel like this is such a cohesive composition. Besides, maybe the Brig, maybe the Soldier can be a little bit out of pocket, but otherwise, I feel like this might give us a little bit of an insight into what they might be running on Oasis, especially the Diva from Firefly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising. Some teams do have sort of that niche pick of the Diva in their back pocket that they prefer to run in a lot of situations, and again, it's something that I completely expect and understand from some of these squads, so I'll be interested to see if the Diva is what we end up seeing, or if maybe some variations can come out, right? At the end of the day, it's sort of a wait-and-see situation here, as we finally should start loading into Oasis.
Absolutely, we should be loading into Oasis, and I can't wait to see what sub map we do start off on. And like we said, the BAP ban really does affect how University can be played. The Winston ban definitely can affect both. Can affect City Center, especially. That's really where he loves to live. So as we tick down closer and closer to going to Oasis, I really do want to see Astraea, because personally, I haven't really seen too much of this team. We've seen a lot of Monarch MX. Once again, like you mentioned, reigning champions multiple times, not just in Kunoichi, but also in just the general Calling All Heroes space, especially in the Rising division. So these guys, they have been a synergized crew forever and ever and ever. Astraea coming in here and being the newcomers, being sort of the underdog, I'm super rooting for them. I love to see a good underdog story, but again, you're going against the force of Monarch.
Exactly, but at the end of the day, everybody's in the tournament and they're going to be here to win it, so we just have to simply wait and see exactly what everybody's going to be bringing to the table. Currently in the spawn rooms here, not fully sold on Monarch's comp yet. It would be interesting to see the Junker Queen, but there's so much verticality on this point that it can get a little bit chaotic and a little bit difficult to run that one consistently. Meanwhile, Astraea is doing exactly what we expect from them, right? That Diva, like they were highlighting, it's actually all their favorite heroes, exactly what they're highlighting. So while it isn't the most cohesive comp on paper, at the end of the day, we are down in Diamond. We can definitely get away from things as, unless I'm mistaken, we're just, one of our observers has a black screen.
Oh no, my observers unfortunately exploded, everybody. They did not put their margins to 0.7, so now they have to be executed. I'm really sorry to hear this. Hopefully they'll get their situations all cleaned up before the timer runs down and our team's course start. I hope it finishes up. I hope they fix it.
Well, yeah, obviously they're trained. They'll fix this. Echo's probably yelling at them right now. It'll resolve itself and things like that and do exactly what it needs to. But seems as though we heard the magic working. Oh, we're already in the fight.
Oh, there is no pause to be had. We are back into it, getting a little bit of a trade-off between Salt and Shy. One flex support down, one flex DPS down, and now a second one does follow Astraea. All of which are being completely shut down by Monarch MX. We are seeing a really cool comp differentiation here as well, Omega.
Yeah, like you're saying with Astraea, they're running their composition that they're more comfortable on versus Monarch. They did end up rolling out on the Junker Queen and having to play this fast and sort of take advantage of, Astraea wanting to get set up on those high grounds. If you just simply go fast enough to where you're in their face, they can't get to the high ground at all here. And so that's what Monarch is trying to do by holding the show close.
And they're gonna hold it. I mean, you see Willow on the Junker Queen. She's able to get a lot of vibe by just kind of using that Carnage as much as possible in this big ball that Astrea is playing in. Wacky Split on the Torbjorn turret will be going down, but Shy already, boom, like that, has the Kitsune Rush, uses it on that long area in front of the objective on main, and again, we're down Salt very early on, but here comes the bola shot from Bandit. Unfortunately, he doesn't really find much besides the turret itself. However, it's still enough to have Astrea not walk in quite yet. We also seeing the visor be expended by Stuck here, and still Willowtron gets not one, not two, but 3 kills under her belt, really securing another fight win for Monarch. The bomb does get expended here, and it does still find Willowtron, but thankfully the follow-up means that Astrea has to regroup.
I mean, yeah, Monarch, like that fight was technically lost for them, right? They had 2 picks going Astrea's way, but unfortunately they just couldn't capitalize on it. The Junker Queen was just holding too much space. So now with the Soldier 76 getting another entry pick here, we're hoping to see just a little bit more.
You're absolutely right. Now, there goes a post onto STCC. Now, that's big actually, because STC was able to get another really good opener on Monarch MX, but once again, they're just not, the rest of the team is not able to follow up on top of what STCC is trying to go for. Willowtron once again uncontested, finds not 1 but 2 under her belt. Overtime fight has been activated here. The turret on the right side is putting a lot of damage and pressure onto Willowtron as she does finish off Shy here. STCC needs to help out the team here, and absolutely does beautifully. Another finishing touch onto Salt. We see Firefly go over to the Ramatra, and we are seeing a Brawl v Brawl situation.
Yeah, and that flip is absolutely massive because now Astrea actually has a chance to start battling back in this one. You already have the rally online. If you can use this properly to give yourself the sustain you're going to need in this next fight, it should be able to get you up towards key ultimates like the Kitsune Rush, as well as, you know, helpful things like the Molten Core to stall out and get you there as your Kiriko's desperately trying to build that Kitsune.
Wacky Fit coming in to follow Willowtron, but then from the back you hear the bola shot be utilized onto Octopeo from Bandit, and just like that, it was almost as fast as Astrea was able to cap the point. They also lose it. Overtime going down 99% to Monarch MX, and they're going to take this first round, earn their belt as we move from City Center.
Yeah, and you know, unfortunately, it was one of those things where you didn't even get a chance to use your ultimates, right? Monarch just sort of came in, they had the plan with the orbital ray, they jumped up with the jump pad, and it was just too quick to react to, was able to just cut everybody down with a swing of the axe, as well as that well-timed bolo shot, like you were saying. That's the whole thing. Monarch's comp, it thrives off of going fast. Once it goes out of its initial burst, things like the speed ring and the Junker Queen shout, it doesn't really have a lot it's going to end up doing in the fight in terms of either sustained damage or sustained healing. So it really is going to be those initial bursts that Monarch has to win, and so far they've been doing pretty effectively at it, but they have to just do a little bit more here. Now Astrea is going to be on more Brawl here, but interestingly enough, no speed in sight. It's instead going to be the Mercy Pocket to try to add some damage to these DPS.
I mean, I get it. STCC consistently does get a lot of opening picks, and already seeing the speed boost, the differentiation between Monarch MX and Astrea. Monarch is already in the enemy territory. STCC gets run down completely by Cinder and company, and yeah, we lose Cinder in the fray, but you've won the overall fight anyway so quickly, so convincingly. Monarch MX are going to get this for the second objective, earn their belt, and they're going to be pushing up a little bit, waiting for Cinder to come back.
Yeah, and again, it's just this lack of speed. It's very it just sort of makes you a little bit sedentary, right? Even when the Ramatra pops that Nemesis form and wants to get aggressive, you can't, right? You have no sort of engage tools to get you in. Meanwhile, Monarch, they can use the speed ring to disengage that form. They can use the shout to do it, or they can simply decide to go in anyway. Really, Monarch gets to set the entire tempo of this matchup.
Absolutely, you're completely right here, and you can see Astrea definitely trying to be in the poke phase and try to poke out a lot of these resources, but the pulse on from the back from Salt doesn't really find its target, but at least they're able to find this opening for the rest of the team. And I mean, Bandit once again on the Freya, they're able to get so much value on the character itself, getting rid of Racky Squid, and then Salt following up themselves onto Octopeo, and that is pretty much gonna be the rest of the fight, going by the way of Monarch once more. And look at this, they're so close, they're up in their spawn here, still finding picks.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the touch the spawn door challenge, I think it was just complete there by Willowdron, and for good reason right now. Heading into this next fight, we have the Rampage online here, so Shy going to have to hold on to that cleansing Suzu for dear life here. Make sure that it's not wasted prematurely.
Oh, this is gonna be a fat. This is gonna be fat. It's gonna be fat. It's gonna be fat. It's so fat, Mega Lads. 4 people called out by the Rampage, and Willowtron finds a slick 3K under her belt. I saw the vision. I saw the shield get used. I saw the Suzu get used. I was like, oh my god, they're all grouped up. Willow's gonna be eating for breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was like, you have to hold on to that Suzu. The second it got wasted, you could almost see Willow's eyes dilate, looking for the opportunity for those kills. While Swamp ends up going in, goes live, but now, I mean, yeah, this might just be a spawn hold.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, again, the aggressiveness from Monarch MX has to be studied. Even now, you can see Octopeo trying her absolute best to get to the objective, but she's just unable to. Monarch MX take a convincing 2-0 on Oasis and secure themselves a single point so far in this first to 3.
1 point down, 2 to go is what it feels like here. I mean, listen, Willow, she's not known for the tank. She can technically play anything, though, and it clearly showed there. Another massive Rampage, by the way, being highlighted in this play of the game. And again, it was all about sort of being able to set that tempo, doing whatever Monarch wanted to in terms of the speed and pacing of the entire matchup, choosing their moments to engage in such. And unfortunately, when you don't have any sort of speed on the other side of the field, it's pretty easy to continue to control that.
Absolutely. Oh, we're going to a very quick break, it seems. Probably just get some things situated. So we're going to be right back with that map 2 for you guys.
Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
And just like that, we are straight here back on for some more Kunoichi Karnival action. Game 1, as a reminder, as you can see on the scoreboard, a 104 Monarch MX. They did get a 2-0 clean 100%, 200% on the objective of Oasis. And now we're going over to Midtown. And really quickly, thank you for donations. We have already raised $50 of the $250 goal. So again, if you're in Twitch chat and you see a little donation marker, please donate as much as you possibly can, whether it's $1 or $50. Anything is definitely needed for the Trevor project.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of the Trevor project, interesting to intro us by saying we're straight back here. I don't think there's any straight anywhere found on this podcast. Just a little bit. But yeah, I mean, like you said, we are heading on over to Midtown for our next map up here. I think it's an interesting pick, simply because it used to be one of the Sigma maps in the game, along with Circuit Royale, but it kind of evolved past that. A lot of teams like to do different pathing with rush compositions. Dive can work on some of the later points and stuff with the high grounds you can control, but overall there is some sort of flexibility and viability again with what you want to run here. I'm expecting to see more of that Diva comp that Estrella was trying to run, but yeah, I mean, overall it should be a fun one.
For sure. And again, we talked about a little bit earlier, we both love Midtown. Love Midtown. Always have, always will. And now as we get to the ban phase, you mentioned, yeah, this used to be a really strong Sigma map, but has really given way towards a lot of different other compositions and defaults that people have now started to path towards. Now, as we see the ban timer come down, Estrella have a couple options. They previously banned Winston on Oasis. Saw that the opponent came out on Junker Queen composition, really bum rushed them. So what do you do here? Do you want to ban something that allows the rush to happen, like a Juno? Do you want to maybe even ban the Queen itself, or do you do a protection ban?
Immediately my mind doesn't go to Queen, my mind goes to long range hit scan. The only one that was being run on the side of Monarch last round was the Freya, so maybe you could go towards the Freya ban just to get it out of the way, but like a Sojourn, Ashe, Widow, all viable bans. This map has so many long, ridiculous sightlines that clearly people could take advantage of. It does seem to be the Freya for the time being here, but again, it's about shutting down those sightlines because of how unbelievably great they are on Midtown. That's why this used to be a Sigma map, right? You'd sort of put your shield in main on defense and then let your hit scan just sort of take over the map, do whatever they please, kill 5 every fight. So now Monarch, in response here, have the chance to, potentially disable some of those more defensive compositions. It sort of depends on what they want to play as well, right? If they want to just keep enabling the brawl or what have you.
Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna keep playing the brawl, which I was a big fan of. I mean, there's multiple times where you saw Willowtron get 4 or 5 people in her rampages, and then you get Cinder also in there on the Brigida. They're in there really helping enable that initial push, and then you also have the Kiriko coming in to help just overall sustain. I mean, it's a very good comp they're running, but will it work on Midtown? As we now see the ban timer go down. Now I'm interested to see, okay, what are we going to ban here? Looks like it's going to be a tank. Looks like it actually is going to be the Sigma. So not all hope is lost. Sigma no longer, definitely no longer in the play here. And like you said, used to be reigning supreme on Midtown and Circuit Royale. I think with the introduction of tanks like Ramacho, for example, who do his job to an extent and can flex between that brawl and poke playstyle, you know, you don't really see Sigma as often, and you're definitely not going to see him again. So with the Sigma and Freya ban, this means that that long-range game plan is going to be slightly more altered than you would expect.
Yeah, it's going to certainly change how this comes up here, because again, right, with the Sigma out of commission, is it going to be the Brawl v Brawl? Are we going to see that sort of attempt, or are we going to continue to see the Diva be run in sort of this mitigating way that a Sigma would, where you're just kind of cycling your defense matrix over and over again? It can theoretically be done. No one's really pulled it off to such a great success to the point where you're like, oh yeah, I'd be confident in this. So at the end of the day, it is just about what these teams have practiced, what they want to do here. But look, it's Game Midtown.
Holy Pride Month. Yes. I forget they always change up Midtown and I believe New Queen Street to be Pride themed. It's just so cool. Oh, happy Pride Month. Happy Kunoichi Carnival. I said almost like Cavalry. Whoa, that's another one. Happy Kunoichi Carnival. It's a carnival out here anyway. And you can already see the comps are being teased, at least from the spawn room of Estrella. They have the Ram, they have the Soldier again. So STC, I think, is, we saw, one of their favorite heroes to play. And for good reason. She is extremely well adept at the Soldier.
Yeah, I mean, Soldier 76, listen, if you're landing those shots, nobody can necessarily complain, right, about what you are doing. Just continue hitting them is all that needs to be done here. Monarch is on the Junker Queen defense here. This means that it isn't really a defense, it's just an attack that just so happens to be in front of the objective, is what I like to call it. You're just going to see Willow pretty much hiding on top of that high ground, and it's just 3-2-1ing with either a Speed Ring or a Shout engage to just get on top of this enemy team.
Hilarious. No, you're right. It really is just Queen on the high ground, as you said. Gonna be dropping down on Firefly or STC or Shy or whoever is in her path. However, Salt on the Tracer will be kind of keeping this objective in check as we see the rotation to the left side of the fire truck from Estrella, while already defended from Wacky Squid. So that means the go button for Monarch MX. However, the Vortex from Ramacho is going to be slowing them down, and even better is STC once again getting that Helix Rocket onto Salt. Can't quite find the last pick onto Bandit, excuse me. Does get the assist from Shy on the Baptiste, and we also have the Rez bringing back Wacky Squid. So suddenly, this fight that should have been a 4v5 starts to really dwindle for Monarch MX, and no one's in the objective quite yet. They're so close with their first tick, and it's going to be contested by Saul, who is coming back from being the first one picked off.
Yeah, very interesting, right? It's almost like Estrella's comp. There's just too much sustain to really break through. The Queen trying to do it here at the end, but just not enough here. So now it is going to have to be Monarch giving up this first point here, and I like it, right? It's a very bulky composition, especially now that the BAP is no longer banned. They can definitely sort of out-sustain some of these engages with the help of the Immortality Field and just the raw BAP healing as well. It's just about keeping people alive here as the Tracer comes in for the little tippy-tap touch, but it's not going to amount to much.
Not him out too much, and you're gonna have Salt going back to the spawn room, getting a slight later stagger. Couldn't get that wave respawn with Bandit. Tangerine in the same vein, but will at least spawn with their flex DPS. Salt actually goes over to the mid to mirror this brawl playstyle, and Rampage is online here, Megalats.
Rampage is online, ready to go, like you said, and there's no Suzu to even worry about forcing. Like, sure, you probably want to get the Immortality Field out, but that is technically something you can break after the fact here. Will say Firefly does also have the Annihilation on the other side of this, though, so it could be these tank ults sort of taking over the game.
Oh, it's a massive wall. Even better, it comes out the Rampage for Willowtron to get that self-sustain. You can see her health bar went all the way back up. Full health, losing just Salt, trading it off for the entire team of Estrella. SEC, the last one to go down, and that could have gone so much worse for Monarch MX, but that Rampage was so clutch.
Just as they always are, right? And look at this, Willow already halfway to another rampage. It's something I
Yo.
noticed playing Junker Queen for the past few days. Like this ult builds incredibly fast. If you're getting to just constantly get meaty axe swings onto large grouped up targets, hey, look at what Australia's playing. Large grouped up targets.
You're right. We also did lose Tangerine, and we did also get rid of STCC. Does get res by Octopio on the Mercy, and this Annihilation field will be expended here. Does go straight in for the kill onto Bandit, and why not two more on top of that? Willowtron gonna be slowed down, trying to at least find her own pick. She won't be able to find it anyhow, and Tangerine just now came back from the spawn room just to go right back. Australia keeping this dream alive with another 3 minutes to spare.
Yeah, I mean, massive annihilation. It shuts down the overclock and also gets the rally out from Monarch here. So you're finding yourself in a solid position here for Estrella. You have the Blizzard now. That's going to be your only tool, but the issue is it can be matched on the other side by Assault here. So it's going to be very crucial to make sure nobody's caught in this freeze.
Oh, no, it has to be called this freeze, which can be used in response to this orbital ray. Bandit, a victim, gets frozen and called out by Shy on this Baptiste. However, Australia's forces cannot defend long enough. We've lost Wacky Squid, and we're also being shoved into a small, tiny space against Willowtron's Queen. Once more, Monarch MX still find a way to pull out the defense and regain their composure, even after some pretty big ultimates were expended, like the orbital ray and the Blizzard from Australia.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that orbital ray, it really was massive here, being able to shut things down. It does suck that Wacky Squid ended up was using the Blizzard there, so now it is just going to be another rampage to be able to tear people apart here at Australia. If they can find a way to sustain this or just flat out lose the fight to the rampage and then come in the fight after, they do have some incredible tools to work with, like this amplification matrix and the tactical visor match.
I can't wait for how to see exactly how SCC uses the visor here. Shy not being able to find the value with the amplification matrix, having been picked off extremely early. Bandit also having to use the overclock to help mitigate this pressure being put onto Willowtron from a damage boosted STCC, and just like that, we clear off the field, and there's only a minute and a half left.
Yeah, only the minute and a half. And the unfortunate thing there is, again, like, you wanted to go and you wanted to lose that fight to the rampage. But the fact that that tool still exists in the belt for Monarch here means that your time bank is starting to dwindle. You still have time to lose a fight to it and come back in for one final fight, but it's starting to get slimmer and slimmer the longer you take here. So it might just have to be time to force it.
Willow commits to dropping down, uses the Rampage. There also is a subsequent Blizzard from Salt just to make sure we finish this fight, but I would almost argue might have been a little bit of an overinvestment to use the Blizzard in that moment. I feel like the Rampage was just good enough.
Yeah, just good enough. That's exactly how I'd sum it up. And now look how far forward Monarch are playing, right? They definitely want to try to stuff these doors a little bit because they know Australia has built up this heavy ult bank. They need to force some of them out here, almost sort of in their own defensive positioning, to get some of these ults out. That way they can have a final OT fight for the actual control of the cards.
Voltron super called out in the front lines. The visor will be expended. Does find Willow almost immediately. We do see the freeze coming in from that perk from Salt, but not being able to find that headshot connection that you typically see, very much reminiscent of Overwatch 1, right? And just like that, by only using double support ults and the visor, Australia has a chance with this Blizzard and Annihilation for this last objective.
Yeah, I mean, the only real hope Monarch has right now is the sustain that's going to come from both of these support ultimates to be able to hold on to the second point. If you're able to use the support ultimates to sustain, you then will have a Blizzard of your own, but you have to get there.
Oh, there's a lot going on right now, but there's a Blizzard. No one really gets called out in it. There's also the Annihilation in conjunction with the opposing rally. The SEC finds a really big open pick onto Assault. This should ideally be enough. Bandit gets enough time to charge the overclock, use it in a very safe place, and just pump out hits after hits after hits. Firefly tried their best with this Annihilation, but they simply couldn't out-damage the Bandit overclock, the Salt Blizzard. That was a fantastic turnaround from Monarch MX into some really devastating ultimates that Australia had in the back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, both teams were fighting to build ultimates up there at the end. It just those few percentage differences can make all the difference in the world, as you saw. Being able to freeze up the Ramatra mid-annihilation deck, put an end to that ultimate, and the sustain it brought on the cart, right? I mean, that's one of the things that definitely goes underrated with Ramatra, is especially when you're Annihilation, all you gotta do is hit that block button, cross those arms, and you suddenly just become an immortal being as long as one healer is somewhat looking at you. It's absolutely what you love to see there. But like you said, Monarch was able to cut through it just fine and by the skin of their teeth now on their attack here. Bandit on the Widow, I would love to see it. However, it does take so much damage out of your composition that if you're not finding those consistent headshot picks, you end up sort of leaving Willow almost on an island to do all of the damage for the team. And don't get me wrong, she's good at the game, but that good is a lot for anybody.
Exactly. And this defense from Australia, I mean, I like this composition a lot more for defense, but like you said, we're going for the how plays the Widowmaker? The Widowmaker on attack here from Monarch MX, coming from the side of Bandit. Very excited to see how we're going to be using that. Cinder kind of left a little bit behind in the dust, in the spawn room, but surely they'll be back there soon enough, as we do see this initial engagement coming in. Bandit finds a sneaky one onto STC, opening it all up for Monarch MX to push through. I don't even think that Octapeo could really find a res spot for STC either. The lamp already used from Shy as well. Also finding a reversal pick onto Salt. So this is going to be looking like a back and forth brawl between Australia and Monarch MX, but no one's looking at Bandit, who is just really safe, picking off heads, shutting down the value that this Resurrection should have gotten. And STC just came back and can't even play.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Widow has to click heads, and Bandit decided to do just that here. Firefly is not trying so desperately to live, but unfortunately that is nothing but a fool's dream at this point. And so now this is going to be Monarch capping the point here, giving themselves a pretty healthy time bank to work with to get to pretty much the end of point B.
And they're going to have, like, what, 5.5 minutes to get through here by the time this these 3 ticks come online. Australia has to set up on this high ground. We do find a reversal. We have Wacky Squid getting rid of Bandit. So finally, you know, the snipe of the secondary fire versus an actual sniper goes by the way of Australia. But I mean, Monarch MX, they are ready. They're wrapping around, forcing. Oh, huge trade between Shy and Willowtron. Pulse use gets insane value, but then it's reversed by the Resurrection.
Yeah, and so now Australia can actually push up and get a pretty good defensive positioning here, right? But they're not really taking advantage of it. They want to keep the control of the high ground. That seems to be more important for them, especially with their Soldier 76 in play. Sure, you get that pick on Assault, but I mean, stuffing these doors, especially when they're on Joker Queen comp, can just lend yourself to so much power, and they're just not taking advantage of it.
You're right. Suzu also being used early on, of course, by Shy, but thankfully which one is not that close to the Rampage, only 10% off. So we should have a Suzu for that upcoming Rampage that we're trying to looking for on this high ground. Now, speaking of high ground, Bandit all the way in the back looking for anyone to peek their sorry heads out from this high ground. Suzu used, and that is another big opening for this Rampage to go and fly and get someone purple on the board here. 3 were victims of the Rampage. Wacky Squid haven't used the freeze to get rid of it. There's one more touch here, and we used everything for Monarch MX.
Yeah, and you know who didn't use everything? Australia. They simply invested the Valkyrie. They have every other tool to work with here. The big thing is going to be not wasting everything, right? Just as you only need a few ultimates to win this one out. You also have to make sure somebody touches the card, but it seems as though the Blizzard and Ramatra are going to do that just fine.
For sure, and you can see a little bit of a split happening between Monarch MX. You saw Willowtron all the way in the back alongside Salt, finding these picks. Tangerine still online, still alive in the fight as Salt tries to pepper in a lot of damage onto Wacky, does find the value, and now suddenly Australia is just all to Firefly, and coming in with the assist from STCC with the Visor does help mitigate this attack phase from Monarch MX and gives Australia another lease on life as they reset onto this high ground.
Yes, but Australia, we didn't have to use everything, and we did because of how chaotic that fight got. So now with no tools in the pocket, facing down an orbital ray from Tangerine, I mean, those have been so impactful all day long. No reason to see this one not going to be the same here, especially with the assault on the high ground.
The big assault too. SEC gets called out by the orbital ray amplified pulsar torpedoes, and suddenly, like you said, Megalith, they have nothing for this engagement. It was so aggressive, so calculated, so cohesive from Monarch MX. We are seeing Firefly trying her absolute best to stay alive on this objective and maybe stall for a couple of seconds longer, as we do see the talks from Moira. But like you said, we're consistently seeing Willowtron and Salt push up, take space, and not allow any sort of touch from Estrella. A lot closer of a game, I must say, but is again will be Monarch MX taking it 2-1 on Midtown and securing themselves a 2-0 lead so far.
Yeah, 2-0 lead, just needs one more to secure themselves a spot in the winners final. And again, they're just piloting this Junker Queen comp really until they can prove that they can't, right? I mean, it's working out for them so far here. Sure, maybe it got a little bit dicey on their initial defense of point A. You saw the openings being created by the massive amount of sustain that Estrella was coming out with. But overall, again, it's just Monarch MX. They have this bulk behind them. They know exactly how they want to play the game, and they're doing it to a beautiful level.
Absolutely, and they're playing Queen on maps you wouldn't really see Brawl get as much value. And like you talked about how their comp on defense was basically attack in front of the objective. That's all it really was. It was just two attack phases happening at the exact same time. And I just feel like Monarch MX are just that much of a well-oiled machine, especially when you have really talented players like Willowtron, like Cinder, for example, like Salt, who have really been working together for a couple of months now on this team, on this roster. And mind you, this isn't even their starter Tang. You know, Felix Felicia's, she couldn't make it today, so Willowtron is filling in her place. And mind you, Felix Felicia's is another fantastic tank player on the side of Monarch MX. So again, it is just going into a team that is so synergized, so well-oiled. They know what to do. They know how to play this Jungle Queen composition. What do you do if you're Estrella? Where do you go next?
I mean, you have Flashpoint is going to be what's up next here, and I do not know. Yeah, I do not know if the new map is in the pool. But honestly, I would send it on the new map purely because it's just going to cause chaos, and chaos is going to be your best friend right now. But regardless, no, that's tragic. That's tragic.
I know, it's so nice too.
At Headrammer, why is it not allowed? Anyway. But regardless, Flashpoint is going to be chaotic, and I think you might have to try to match the Junker Queen or flat out ban it, right? I feel like those are going to be your two options, because regardless of between New Junk City and Saravasa, you're going to be able to run Junker Queen on the entirety of those maps here. So you either need to take it out of the pool, or you need to try your hand at it as well here. Who knows? You can definitely get away with a whole lot more than you think you can. That Queen hero is just so unbelievably strong. So we'll have to see what choice they end up making here.
I mean, after her recent buff, you know, the shout buff giving I think it gives now an extra 25 overhealth up from, I think, 75. So it's 100 overhealth for herself. It's more overhealth for her allies as well. And it lasts a little bit longer, I believe, as well. So these shout engagements have been so fruitful as of recently in these past two maps that Willowtron has really been abusing and getting so much value out of. So I kind of agree with you. Regardless of which Flashpoint map we go to, she's a strong character, so why not ban her outright? And thankfully, Estrella will have that benefit of having the first ban pick. So if you're Monarch, what do you do in response? If you're expecting the Jungle Queen ban, what would be your backup? You know, do you ban maybe the Soldier as a response to target STCC?
Yeah, I mean, that would be my main thing, but at the same time, I almost wonder if it'd be worth keeping the Soldier in play and banning something like a Mei, because whenever they play the Soldier, they've been leaning into playing this Mercy with it, and that makes so they don't have any sort of speed boost, right? So if you ban the Soldier, that could force them to adapt and actually have some speed or something on their side. Why not just keep them docile, right? Ban the Mei out, let them play the Soldier Mercy. It's not really going to do anything against you here. That's just sort of where my mind goes. And just keep taking advantage of their lack of speed and keep setting the tempo exactly how you want it to. Because even if you're not on Junker Queen, you can set the tempo on any Brawl tank. Orisa, Ram, Reinhardt, even if you're feeling frisky. I don't think we're going to see the Reinhardt, though. I think Willow's going to keep that one saved for another day.
I know, I've seen the Willow Reinhardt. It goes crazy. Trust me. The Willow Reinhardt does, in fact, go crazy. But you're right. We're not going to see Reinhardt ever. If you have a Reese on the field, if you have Ramatra on the field, we're just not seeing my German boy come out to play ever. But we do have word. Our next map will, in fact, be Saravasa. Arguably the better of the two, more even to play of the two. New Junk City is actually my personal favorite. But I know Arena, first map to play, the first area to play on, is very very tilting. So I actually do like that we are going to serve us a little bit more of an open area to play around in, and it gives a, you know, if you want to ban Dragon Queen, this is where you gotta do it. Now or never.
Yeah, I mean, now or never. Like you said, this is either you win this one or you go lower bracket. There are no other options at this point. You got to start a reverse sweep here and now. We are looking forward at the bans here, already getting to see where teams have been thinking of these bans so far, right? I mean, both of these squads, you know, we had the early on the Winston ban as well as the Freya in the last map, and that's going to be another thing. The Freya's going to be back in the pool as well here to complement whatever they're going up against, but Estrella, at the end of the day, is going to have a lot of power here. If they don't go with the Junker Queen ban, I'm going to be honestly very surprised. Maybe they try to hinder the backline a little bit, take out Juno or something that's helping enable the speed, maybe force it to be a Lucio, but like I said, it really should just be the Junker Queen.
I agree. It shouldn't be anything less than the Dragon Queen. If I don't see Dragon Queen right now, I'm gonna leave and go, oh, okay, I'm going to lobby myself and tell them ban Queen. She is gonna be banned here. Very smart choice from Estrella. And now Monarch backs against the wall. What are you gonna do? I mean, like you said, Freya, a really good opening point. Freya is back online. So Bandit can absolutely wreak havoc with the Freya once more. And with a map like Servasa, she does great. I mean, unfortunately, Freya does great anywhere. I can't lie. She kind of just does whatever she wants. But as the timer ticks down, Monarch MX, they have some ideas. You can always just ban the soldier, like you mentioned, or not soldier, but you can always just ban like something that inhibits, like the Mei, for example. You can always go for a Juno ban, really focusing on the back line. It could be anyone's game here.
Yeah, anybody's game indeed, but we'll have to see again exactly where Monarch want to go here with this ban. Like you said, it definitely could be the Soldier 76. That has been a little bit of a thorn in the side, but no, it's going to be the Kiriko. So, no, I mean, I guess it does hinder. They have been playing the Kiriko a lot here, but again, it's a very interesting way to cause a bit of a nuisance, right? It almost sort of is like goading them into playing Baptiste a little bit, and then if you end up on that Baptiste Mercy again, even if the Junker Queen's banned, again, you're just going to get run down a lot of the time here without the lack of speed boost, whereas Monarch, they haven't really needed the Curie at all this entire series, and so, you know, completely smart ban by them here. So now we'll have to see what these teams actually are plotting to run out of the spawn rooms on.
Well, I feel like Estrella is very comfortable on Baptiste, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Baptiste for sure. Probably same story with the Mercy coming back as well. I would love to see a Juno instead, though, to fill in that Mercy spot. Only because I want to see the speed boost be expended from Estrella. But otherwise, I think these are both extremely good bans from either team here. And now as we get situated and settled into Servasa, this first fight is always so pivotal on Flashpoint. Always has been, always will be. And if this goes by the way of Estrella, they're going to have a really good momentum buildup under their belt that I feel like Flashpoint itself is one of the main modes where momentum is everything. 1000%.
Absolutely, right? I mean, it not only is it just everything in terms of like you get to snowball on some of these points, right? If you're able to just build up over and over again, just get your ult cycles going in a proper way, even if you don't win all 3 points back to back to back, you can almost sort of plot which point you're going to lose intentionally just to force out ultimates and then come back in for a win later on here. But you'll have to see what the case ends up being. Willow,
Hold on.
There's 8 seconds left.
Don't be rash.
It seems as though the Rhine might be leaving the spawn room here. Estrella
Don't be rash.
does have
Oh!
It was the bait. It was the bait. The last second, the Willow got us. That's crazy. The Winston instead here. So it's going to be almost like a pseudo dive composition for Servasa here to try to maybe get on top of this Soldier 76, but meanwhile the backline has completely shifted for Estrella. They're on the Honor Brig, which is very high sustain, very good healing output, as well as some beautiful anti-opportunities for fights.
I know, and the Honor Brig also the pioneer of just trying to farming Nano, Bradley, and of course you a bomb, but then suddenly the dive from Willowtron gets negated by Wacky Squid's turret, but that's the only thing that's going to be kind of finishing off Willowtron, kind of finishing off Monarch MX, because now suddenly Saul has been uncontested. We're kind of forgetting how impactful this Tracer has been, and despite going down their tank, Saul, they come up with a 3K by themselves, gets the recall, and then it gets out of there.
getting out of there. And so now already first cap over to Monarch here. And look at this. I mean, the fact that Bandit is building this Bolo as fast as Tracer, right? Like, that's just a problem. This ult should not build this fast ever. It's absolutely ridiculous what you can do with a good Freya in the lobby.
And Bandit loves his character. I know that for a fact. I mean, you're right, 93%, 99% has the Bolo shot in hand. Pulse Bomb, the OG Pulse Bomb gets utilized. The new and improved Pulse Bomb is online for Bandit. And this dive is continuously stuffing out Estrella in the main side area of this first objective. Bolo shot, again, ready. The small enclosed area is the perfect opportunity to use it. The Diva's, of course, Diva can eat it. But not if you're out of mech. Firefly, she's not gonna be able to stay in the fight any longer as the rest of Estrella need to back up. 95% on the objective in favor of Monarch. The bullet shot has been expended, finds Wacky Squid, or at least the rest of the fight goes by the way of Wacky Squid going down as a result of the bullet shot, and Willowtron's in there to finish up and clean up this fight beautifully.
Yeah. And now, with it being finished up here, already over to the next flashpoint in the map here, and it's just a little bit of a phone call here for Willow. Gotta simply call somebody up, make sure everything's going according to plan, as they say here. Exactly. Estrella is going to be able to walk in with both their support ults, though. I mean, this Coalescence, you can definitely sort of change fights with it on a whim because so few people expect anything with it these days.
You're right. I love whenever you'll see I love Moira on Flashpoint, but if you're not going first, if you're not able to really pick up the pace and match it of Winston, it's not going to work out. And especially if we're not really checking Salt whatsoever. This is why you're seeing Wacky Squid go over to the Tracer. Someone has to check Salt because Salt is just playing the game by themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, that's sort of the thing a Tracer can do, right? Is just sort of play a bit of a solo game, take over on these off angles, control so much more space than you really think a Tracer should have any right to. Will be said, though, that Primal Rage did have to get shut down by the Coalescence, and now in with the Orbital.
Big orbital ray. I love the rally response from Octopale, but is it going to be enough? It might be a little bit trade-off between Salt and STCC. Still keeping the fight alive for Estrella as the point is being looked at and likely taken over by Wacky Squid. They do back up after we do see Bandit turn around to look at her, but otherwise Bullet Shot once again online for the side of Bandit. We still have the Diva out. Firefly can absolutely eat it, but there goes Octopio no longer in the fight, and now Bandit being looked at by Wacky Squid. Can they get the kill? No, they're gonna force a recall instead and this fight's going on forever and ever and ever, Mega Last, but finally the DMEC should be the final ender of this engagement.
It should be here, so they're leaving Firefly on the point, finally going to kill that Diva here, take them out here, and now it's just going to have to be a bit of a stagger touch if Estrella really wants to get back into this point, but with the Tracer blinking away, it seems as though it's not going to be the case, although somebody's here.
Someone's here to stay, at least for a little bit longer. No Bandit on the feud here, but also no Wacky Squid. So arguably, Salt, again, doesn't have really anyone to think about besides STCC, who has now found a home on this Cassidy, and she is here to play the game and shut down Salt with these nice, clean headshots. Estrella finally gets a little bit of a breather, and if you get another little pick here onto Syndime, even better, but that shield will be saving them for a little bit longer.
And like you said, this Cassidy, it can shut down the dive pretty hard here, right? It's perfect medium range for pretty much everything on this composition, but now, ooh, that pulse!
That was beautiful. Oh, that is a beautiful pulse on from Salt. Shuts down Octopio, and this Bolo Shot is again ready for Bandit. Every other fight, there's a Bolo Shot online. Deadeye also being utilized by STCC. Will not find its target, but the Coalescence just to help her survive was massive from Shy, and she's gonna keep walking with the Coalescence at least until this Primal gets depleted from Willowtron. Slowly but surely, it's down and dusted. She's in the corner, has to back up back to the rest of the team around this pillar center area of the second objective from on Sarvasa, and this is where Estrella are suddenly getting their upper hand on Monarch MX.
Yeah, they're actually being able to gain ground here, and now they've been sort of able to hold it, trading back and forth here. The Orbital having to be invested is making this fight super chaotic, but finally Monarch is starting to turn the tide with a heavy investment.
It's gonna be enough. Cinder, dude, we gotta watch Cinder. Cinder is always just getting a 4K by themselves. some assistance needed, but not that much. Literally, the reason that they won that fight is because Cinder was just popping off on the Brigida and gets a 2-0 lead for Monarch MX. But that was so close for Estrella.
Yeah, I mean they're punishing this over aggression, right? Like we all love Willow to pieces here, but she is definitely getting a little bit too in there on the Winston, trying to play it almost like it's a Junker Queen. You don't have that level to sustain, you don't have a shout or anything like that as you're going throughout the points here. So being able to punish this time, and again, Assault finds another one. Leave the Brig alone.
Look, I know, leave Atipio alone. But this Deadeye might be good. Tries to find Salt blinks right in the nick of time and avoids the lasting effect of that Deadeye. But otherwise, not everyone can say the same. STCC and with the help of Firefly do end up finishing up the team fight, getting this objective first under their belt, and now we're waiting for this pulse bomb from Wacky Squid.
Yeah, hopefully it can be replicated to some success. Put a stop to Cinder's campaign of pain here with a pulse bomb. That would be nice. But Estrella, look at this, right? They got first cap. They have point control right now, as well as a ton of ultimates to work with. They really have pretty much everything going for them right now. It is just about, you know, being able to continue and sustain it. But Wacky Squid will be the first casualty.
Kind of got called out without many resources, didn't have many blinks, and I don't even think had recall left in the back pocket. You can hear in the back line, we hear the bullet shot being utilized, but then Shy comes in with an invisible coalescence and shuts down Willowtron, effectively shutting down Monarch MX's push here on the Garden phase. Estrella needs to hold on for another 30%, and they can take this to a round 4.
Yeah, and now
Not again!
Salt is just deciding to tear everybody open on the tracer. Absolutely ridiculous right now. Could be the thing.
Is it going to be the thing? It is. Salt coming from behind on STCC with a lack of resources. Getting another 3-piece for themselves. No combo needed. Here comes a Diva Bomb from Firefly. She doesn't find much, but she does find the remake instead, which is going to be really good. At least to keep the objective alive even longer during overtime. But otherwise, you have to cut your losses. You have to regroup, and you have to let the point go over to Monarch.
Letting the point go over to them, like you said here, but it was at 99% that they ended up letting it go. So now STCC can walk in with this Deadeye, create tons of space, and get the value that is needed here to open this one up. Monarch, sure, they have the Primal Rage as well as both support ultimates here, but that's only going to get you through one fight. You probably got to win 2, possibly even 3 more on this point.
I mean, when you look at the ult bank from Monarch MX as well, I mean, you're absolutely right. They have to win 2, maybe 3 engagements, and we're already halfway halfway to another full cap on third for Monarch MX. Deadeye is online for STCC. Shy coming up and building up that coalescence very quickly here, walking into the destructive ray of Bandit, who has now found a home onto the Sojourn. And just like that, SEC backs up. Fox walks away from the rest of the team and gets caught up by the Primal of Willow. Willow pushes somebody into the water, forcing Wacky to use the recall. Here comes the closest from Shy, not just finding 1, but 2 under her belt. Can this be the finisher for Estrella? Willowtron forced to go to the mini pack, regain her composure, and there's an overclock to ideally open up the fight. We have the D-Mech, we have another pick onto Shy, and my Goat Firefly does find the pick onto Bandit in the mini form, in the baby form. Deadeye coming in from STCC, but unfortunately, Mega Last, I don't think it's going to be enough as we finish things off with an Orbital Ray and a 3-0 for Monarch MX, giving up a 3-0 scoreline in the series.
3-0 indeed here, Monarch. Again, that last map may be a little bit too close for comfort, even though they got the 3-0. They were all incredibly close points here, but they get the job done at the end of the day here. Cinder, we get to see this 4K again. The Brig absolutely took over. You love to see it. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, unfortunately, you see exactly why Monarch has this championship pedigree here and why they are just so damn good in these tournaments, and they just get to keep rolling just like this.
You're absolutely right. There's a reason why they are back-to-back winners. They have won in Kunoichi. They have won in several Kunoichis. They have won in several Kong All Heroes tournaments as well in the Diamond and Under division. They are a force to be reckoned with. And when they have a lineup of their caliber, if you look at their CGL page, they have 11 players signed up, 5 starters and 6 substitutes. They are ready for anything, and clearly they're ready for Estrella. Now, this is not the end of Estrella's run, of course. They are going to be going down to the lower bracket and continuing to fight for the rest of today, and tomorrow will be all the grand finals from each respective division. So hopefully you can catch up on them with any player POVs, but we are going to be going over to a very quick break. We're going to be going to our next match, and we see you guys in just a couple of minutes.
crazy, Malin. I'm, I'm, I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Hi folks, welcome back to Kunoichi CGL. We are right back here in the thick of the action. It is Rags alongside Megalast. Megalast, we're about to have another fantastic match in our hands. This one between Quickshots Nova versus Night Witches here in the Open Division.
Yeah, winner's final, if I'm not mistaken. That word grand finals, it's still on the screen. It's fine. Just ignore it. It'll get fixed eventually. But yeah, we have these two teams here. Both come out of their round one matchup feeling feisty, feeling good, I'm sure. And so now they get the pleasure of going against each other for a spot in that grand finals on the line. So it should be a good one.
Yeah, both these teams, as you mentioned, look really good coming into this. I mean, have been on quite the streak coming through into it. So we're really separating sort of the stronger from the weaker teams by this point here. So this is, again, it's not for all the marbles, but there's still so much on the line here. The chance to go to the grand finals and not have to worry about playing yourself in through the losers final as well. So that is certainly a crucial feather in the cap and an easier, path to success to seal the deal for yourself going forward.
Exactly. It'll just make things 10 times easier for you to deal with here. We can get a quick look at the bracket just so you know how we got here in case you were curious. We had our lovely teams here going up against each other in that first round. 2 3-0s for both of them, neither dropping a map, so somebody's going to have to change that. Somebody's got to drop a map here. It could be both teams. Who knows? In the winners round 2, of course, losers round 1 happening somewhere in the ether right now. That'll be interesting to see who comes out of that as well, because the winner there has to face the loser here, and I'll always want to be afraid of those lower bracket runs really making a good story.
Yeah, certainly you do not want to be up against a team who's had to really fight their way through it here. And, coming down to the losers bracket like that, I mean, that's a massive blow to the ego, too. And we, so often in these tournaments see teams just sort of go to, like, the winner's final here, but not quite make it to the grand final, and then get snubbed by a team who's just devouring everyone else in the lower bracket. So coming in to looking at our map run for the series that we have for you here. Yeah, so looking at this just to kick things off is going to be Lijiang Tower for control. Of course, we have Hybrid, Flashpoint, Push, and Escort in that order to follow here. But yes, first to 3 series do mean that there's a little more flexibility than if it were, say, a first to 2, but these teams should not rest on any laurels. They have to play like their lives are on the line.
Yeah, you obviously don't want to give any ground, especially when the opponent on the other side knows exactly what they're doing as well here, right? Both teams clearly confident heading into this one. In Lijiang, it's a very neutral battleground. Everybody feels comfort here. Everybody knows the name of the game, as it were, here and what they want to run and things like that. The only thing that could change what they want to run could be our hero bans.
Yeah, and as the bans are finally going to come through here in just a moment, that's going to decide the shape of things to come here on Lijiang Tower. As you say, Megalast, just such a storied map in the history of Overwatch here. No one is surprised by what the map has in store, but what exactly they're allowed to play, I mean, that's going to affect our compositions here. We're going to run a little bit more to the rush-centric aspect of things. We've seen a lot of teams favor either Junker Queen or Ramatra compositions very heavily, kind of a mainstay since Overwatch 2's, dawn here, but we'll see if they want to continue this way or if they want to, play a little bit more of these dive comps that seem to be finding a lot more footing these days.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, dive, it's one of those things where just people are starting to get more and more confident on it, like you were saying, just absolutely doing what they want. But hey, nothing ever substitutes a good old brawl composition. We just got to see from the Diamond Division how confident they are, and it seems like Quickshots might be leaning in the brawl direction here, with Winston being taken away from the options here. So unless we're seeing some interesting dive with something like a Wrecking Ball, you're more than likely to see just more standard, more brawl variations here on the Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Control Center is Brawler's paradise here on Lijiang Tower, but it's also very comfortable for many teams on both of the other submats, both Night Market and Gardens here. So plenty of space to control for both of them, so not at all a surprise to see them really sort of favoring that direction here. If you just don't want to feel like dealing with the Winston on this map, then by all means, get that out of the way. You know that you feel more confident running this Brawl style as it's likely to be. Again, as you say, there is room for edge compositions here, maybe a Diva or a Wrecking Ball, of course, but and then looking at our ban coming through on the other side of things here, we have Sojourn being banned out by Night Witches. So without that mainstay DPS hero that so many teams favor here, that's really going to cause a little bit of flexibility to be necessary on the side of both these teams.
Yeah, and flexibility is always going to be the name of the game. The more flexible team should win 9 times out of 10, unless you're the best OTPs in the world. And I don't think we've encountered those just yet here today. But hey, either of these teams wants to prove me wrong, go for it. As we get a further look into our teams, though, Quickshots Nova up first here. We have Weather and Pingu on that DPS line, Laser on tank, and then Natnif and Nikichu on that support line. Absolutely love this team. They're all amazing. Some familiar names as well to the cause scene. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, certainly looking like they have themselves well carried here. And looking at our second team here coming through, we do have Night Witches line up. Looking at this, we've got Eerie and Luna Variants on the DPS line, favoring the Torbjorn and Tracer there at odds. Ize on the tank line, and Origami and Zombie for your support line in the back. Of course, the hovering of these heroes, I mean, it would not be a surprise at all to see the support lines, certainly, here on Lijiang Tower, but Winston, sadly, Ize, you will not have access to for this map.
Yep, no Winston here indeed. Here it's going to be a Winston-free zone for the entirety of the Li Shang Tower, so maybe not what Ize wants to hear, but hey, that's okay. Happens to the best of us. Now, looking forward into what these teams could be playing, though, right? You're probably going to see a lot of the Tracer, right? Regardless of the composition, Tracer always seems to find herself in. And some recent buffs certainly don't hurt that prospect at all. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what these teams end up actually wanting to run here. As we are starting on the control center, this is more typically the brawl point of them all, right? This is where you see the standard stuff, like Reinhardt's used to be in the past. Unfortunately, I think that day has come and gone for our favorite German Crusader. In the spawn room currently, we are seeing the Hazard hovered on one side with Laser on the Orisa on the other. I'm expecting the Orisa to be a little bit more real than the Hazard, but hey, Night Witches, if you want to run it, go for it.
Yeah, Ize would certainly have a really tough time into that Orisa if she decided to roll out on this Hazard pick here. But yeah, still plenty of time for them to go with a different composition rolling out the gate here as we come through. Night Witches are sticking on it. All right, so yeah, that Torbjorn, that Tracer, and the back line of Lucio, Kiriko was not at all a fake out. And instead of the Winston, just Ize, she'll be piloting the Hazard here instead, getting those dive options with still plenty of brawl capability, it has to be said. Whether taking out that turret nice and quick, Eerie does not have that available any longer for a few more seconds here. Controlling the high ground is Quick Shots Nova here as Laser still on this Orisa. Yeah, gonna give a whole lot of trouble to this Hazard composition as they're trying to rotate around the backside of the objective here, trying to get a little bit of chip damage with that turret, but not really able to do much here as Pingu and Weather have just been spotting it out at all possible angles here. And on the objective, Quick Shots Nova decide to rotate themselves backwards a little bit. Night Witches, I mean, they're just facing so much pressure from the frontal assault being provided by Laser here, and everyone else just rotating around them in a perfect orbit here. The Night Witches, I mean, they're having to fall back, and the first kill lands on Origami.
Yeah, that first kill is all that you ever really need sometimes, being able to take Origami out of the fight here, and so Quick Shots Nova going to be able to get the first cap going in their favor, doing exactly what they need to here. Late kill on the zombie here is actually going to be super beneficial as well for just incurring more percentage. Already built up to quite a slew of ultimates here. Depends on what Quick Shots Nova truly wants to invest in this fight, but they have pretty much the whole toolbox to work with here.
Yeah, Night Witch is sticking on this composition. I mean, we'll see. I mean, this is essentially the last fight they have a chance to really do a swap before you start getting into the unfortunate situation of having ultimates that you don't want to waste if you swap later on in the fight here. But Pingu takes out that turret nice and quick, really getting no value for these, unfortunately, Eerie. Despite building up a lot of ult charge here, Luna Variants tosses out the Pulse Bomb, goes wide, doesn't catch anybody with it, though, as Eerie and Luna Variants finally do get the kills of their own. Pulse Bomb not necessary here, cutting up a little bit of chip damage coming through afterwards. And so with that, Night Witches, I mean, making me eat my words here. They've really cracked this one wide open, and so with the judicious application of just 2 ults here, managed to flip the objective, and not a moment too soon.
Not a moment too soon at all here. Upside for Quick Shots Nova is that they didn't end up wasting that much themselves here. Just the amplification matrix, so they still have a ton of tools to work with here. The Terror Surge will be interesting to see what they end up comboing with it. More than likely be the Pulse Bomb, but hey, listen, never be too afraid to fire off a Deadeye into that one as the Molten Core comes to start this fight.
Yeah, early Molten Core causing a bunch of chaos on this high ground here. As you got the Deadeye rolling from Weather, they're just trying to find some semblance of a target with it, but unfortunately not able to find a whole lot. Laser, however, she's found Zombie into the bargain here, and Night Witches are really just only left. Ooh, that is a bit of an Ajax there onto Origami, unless my eyes deceive me. So that is unfortunate coming out there. That ultimate, you really wanted to save that for the next one as it goes, but Luna Variants will have a Pulse Bomb, but that's looking pretty shabby compared to what Quick Shots have in their bank.
Yeah, and so now with Quick Shots, like you said, they had to throw some stuff out in the bank here, but they still have things to work with, like this Terror Surge being able to pull everybody together and cause a massive amount of damage. And now Night Witch is going to have to find a way in. It seems like they're going to have to try to pass through this top door here, but being met already by the Arista.
Yeah, Laser just absolutely laser focused directly on top of Eerie. Gets the support line as well. Honestly, 3-for-1 deal out from the Orisa player on the side of Quick Shots Nova, cleaning it up in quick, smart fashion here. Night Witches, again, they made a really strong ingress onto the objective, you know, once that first fight did not go their way, but after that, it was all Quick Shots Nova.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Quick Shots Nova, they really clearly came in with an identity in what composition they wanted to run. and it really came out and looked exactly the way it needed to for them here. Now going to be heading on over to the Gardens point. This could cause a little bit of a switch up, right? You have some more open sight lines to work with. This could, make it so things like the hazard, closing the distance with a leap can sort of open it up. But it is going to sort of become that question of what they really end up doing with it. Quickshot Nova instead seem to be running continuing to run this Orisa composition, just made some slight swaps to the DPS line. At least, they were swaps, and now they've just simply swapped back, so I look like an incredible liar. It's more Orisa, everybody. Enjoy it.
There you go, yeah. So Nikachu and Natnif are going to be on that Brigitte and Baptiste backline now, just trying to bunker down a bit more on this objective here in the middle of Gardens. Ize here on the Doomfist, really just playing a who's who of tanks that do not have a good time playing into Orisa, and unfortunately, yeah, it eats a massive javelin to the face. Just a bunch of CC coming out from Weather and Laser here as well. I mean, yeah, just having a bad time on the objective here. Maybe they expected a different composition rolling out from Night Witches, but from Quickshot's Nova rather, but not to be the case here. Quickshot's looking pretty comfy.
Yeah, looking incredibly comfy and in control. Night, which is now going to make some swap ups over to the Orisa themselves here. This Torbjorn pick, it's very interesting here because it normally exists to shut down the Tracer, but it seems like it hasn't inhibited Pingu in the slightest, simply being able to take over the map as Pingu pleases here. So heading into this next fight, you're seeing this bridge control from Laser. I mean, really, it's going to come down to nobody's going to be able to remove this Orisa from the bridge, and this aggressive hold is what Quickshot wants.
Yeah, Laser just tossing in so much damage. I mean, absolutely focused directly onto the front lines of Night Witches, and they have to spend so much time just getting the rest of the team back up to full. But Eerie does get a kill on Nikachu there as the fight kicks off here properly on the objectives. And so, with the turret live and the Immortality field, Night Witches finally have a strong position from which to play exactly what they've wanted this entire time here. But Laser and Pingu do get a couple trades in there, has to be said, but not quite enough as Luna Variants and Origami team up to take that Orisa off the objective. And finally, Night Witches, they feel like they've got themselves in the driver's seat.
Yeah, finally with a good flip as well here, as well as a good ultimate bank on the horizon here. They're going to have not one, not two, but five to work with here. Luna just having to be a little bit careful, making sure that healing comes through in the right time here. Quickshots now need to find an opening here. It could come off the back of Pingu as it has before, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, Pulse Bounce sticks onto Eerie. Torbjorn out of the fight here. No chance to build up the rest of that Molten Core. Weather now on the Freya here, launching in so much long-range damage from the Skybox. No longer on the Cassidy pick, but of course, Ize is still having a great time here in the front line in this case. Now rocking it pretty comfortably on the Orisa. All right, so it's good to see that she's looking comfortable enough in the mirror so far. Takes Laser down, as a matter of fact, and Weather still trying to pepper in so much damage from afar, and Pingu meets with that pincer on the objective, and Ize finally does go down. So with that, Quickshot's Nova, I mean, they've already flipped the point, so at this point, it's all gravy.
Yeah, and so already with that flip, like you said, being able to have control here, now it is going to be Weather on this Freya, being able to just control a lot of space right now, has the bolo shot ready to go for whatever Nightwing Witches wants to approach here. Being able to ensnare everybody with that one ability, whether you get the kill or not, is going to be such a hindrance on the approach.
Yeah, tossing in these exploding bolts constantly, just shooting down the barrel that is the bridge, coming in here to the objective. Ultimates being traded left and right. The Molten Core over the bridge is going to keep Quickshot's Nova at bay for a little bit longer, but Nikachu is gone with the rally. A bunch of overhealth for the team, but it's expired by this point here. Night Witches still have to make the inroads to the point, or else they're going to lose this map here, and we tick up closer to 100%. It looks as though they're not going to get a chance to touch. Finally, one body is on the objective here, but unfortunately, Laser has just whipped everyone up into a tornado of destruction, taking down the backline in one fell swoop, and with that, the celebratory Amp Matrix out, and that is going to be all they wrote here. Quickshot's Nova, I mean, they looked very comfortable on Lijiang Tower here. Night Witches, they made some adaptations, but it just was not near enough.
Yeah, it's simply not enough here. They came into this with Quickshot's Nova knowing exactly what they wanted to play here. And at the end of the day, they had that confidence behind them to continue to pilot this Orisa comp Night, which is they tried to adapt to simply mirror because they really ran out of options to come up with any other solution, and it just simply was not enough there on Lijiang. So heading forward, that is going to be something that Witches maybe has to concern themselves with a little bit, right? In terms of plotting out their compositions, their map picks, even what they end up wanting to run is going to be completely up to them, as they're now in the driver's seat in terms of choices. But yeah, Quickshots looks incredibly dominant throughout that Lijiang.
Yeah, the way the entire team was able to just play so effortlessly around Laser, really leading the charge as that tank in the front line, really claiming all that space, staying on that Orisa the entirety of the map on both of our submaps here, whereas it felt like on the side of Night Witches, Ize was really forced to sort of make adaptations, to make adjustments. Their composition, unfortunately, just was answered a bit too effectively by what Quickshots was running there. So, yeah, would love to see a level of either confidence or just coming out on what feels like the right composition to deal with what Quickshots are running here, because Night Witches, I mean, they haven't found the answer yet.
No answer in sight so far here, but again, they definitely can fight. There's still plenty of time to figure things out, right? And it also could just be a bad map for it. We know how, once a snowball starts on Lijiang, it's really hard to get it to stop going in the enemy team's favor. So it'll be a good way for a good litmus test here for Night Witches here, now that they're going to be back on an even playing field of our second map. Which they have, again, complete control over picking here. It should maybe help them equalize the score a little bit more here, but if they continue to struggle against the Orisa, I wonder if it has to resort to sort of a ban style where they have to simply ban it outright. I'm also wondering how committed they are to this Torbjorn. Don't get me wrong, he's my favorite little Swede, but sometimes different heroes are called for.
Yeah, it really felt like they were trying to shove that square peg into a round hole, and it just really did not pay off for them the further the map went on. It really felt like, from jump, the DPS line on the side of Quickshots, Weather and Pingu were not at all troubled by those Torb turrets, despite, playing that Tracer, playing the Cassidy. You'd think they'd have a bit more difficulty, but no, Yuri was unfortunately not able to get a ton of value out of the turrets there. So yeah, something else might be called for here. And like you said, Megalas, I think a ban onto the Orisa, maybe for this map, maybe for the one afterwards, but you've got to imagine it's going to be in the cards for them at some point.
Exactly. You have to imagine that they have something up their sleeve here. You don't, walk into a tournament completely oblivious, right? You have to have some sort of idea of exactly, some weaknesses like compositions like this and how to shut them down and how to take back control of the matchup here. And it could come down to something, we're talking about heroes and things like that. It could even just come down to tempo control, right? Being able to, instead of letting Quickshots go first every single fight, sort of finding those openings yourselves, being the ones to say, no, we're going to take advantage. We're going to be the one on the gas pedal here. So we'll have to see what these adjustments end up being here, as which is simply taking their time, enjoying all of their options, and trying to figure things out.
Yeah, we saw Night Witches roll out first on the Hazard composition with Ize leading the charge there. So it seems like they really would like to run these dive compositions here. Especially considering the fact that Quickshots banned that Winston out the first map. They might have a good inclination, an idea that that's really the tempo that Night Witches want to set. They want to set a fast dive pace, but we're just able to stop them so effectively, not only with the ban, but of course in just playing directly counter to that in their composition around the Orisa here.
Yeah, exactly, with how the Orisa is being played, like you said here. But to take it out of the series for a moment here, we do want to mention, in case you did not know, in case you were somehow unaware, we are doing a bit of a fundraiser here on Twitch for the Trevor Project. Obviously a lovely, lovely organization that does amazing things for the LGBTQIA plus community here. So make sure, if you got anything to give in your pockets, to go ahead, hit that little donate button. We forgot to plug it at the start of this series, but we're making sure to plug it now because it's a gosh diddly darn important cause that we need to let you know. And overall, it is absolutely just an amazing thing to see.
Yeah, honestly, really important, of course, and so great to see that, especially during Pride Month, of course, to have Kunoichi be, teaming up alongside Twitch with Trevor Projects. Nothing but good vibes there.
Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely amazing, and it's what this community needs. It's maybe towards the end of Pride Month, but you still gotta absolutely love this community for pulling up exactly when it needs to. But the yapping is done. The teams have finally decided to stop deciding things for 18 billion years, it seems as though we are heading over to Eichenwald for our next map.
All right, coming into Hybrid, I love Eichenwald. Again, this is a map that has such a long history in Overwatch, being there since functionally day one of Overwatch 1. So, yeah, what a delightful series of compositions that you can run here on Eichenwald, really favoring, we were talking about it, that if, Night Witches are looking to run these dive compositions, there is so much latitude to make that work for them here on Eichenwald. So, they honestly, you can very easily play Orisa still on defense especially, but on plenty of offensive moves here as well, so they might still ban the Orisa on top of this, but taking to Eichenwald feels like a very pointed maneuver to steer the game in the style they would like to play.
Exactly, and you could not have hit the nail on the head better myself here. It limits itself to Eichenwald sort of enables itself to certain styles here, but again, I would not be surprised to still see the Orisa ban just to guarantee that one's out of the pool for this matchup here. But again, there's still problems beyond the Orisa, right? Like, the Tracer was absolutely going crazy. Pingu had that one on lock for the most part, just constantly being a nuisance in the sidelines there as the ban does come through onto the Orisa here. So there still are other issues that have to be addressed and dealt with here for the side of Night Witches. You can't simply ban Orisa and think everything's just going to go your way.
Maybe not everything, but hopefully some things, and they've gone with the Orisa ban first here, so yeah, just doubling down on playing their own game on Eichenwald, trying to, take the wind out of Quickshot's Nova's sails as much as possible here. But again, like you're saying, Megalas, there's still plenty of other options that a team of the caliber of Quickshot's that they have in their arsenal here. I would be very surprised to see them, crumble down as Orisa one-tricks here. There's certainly a lot of different options you can run with just for those type of compositions. Never mind coming into Eichenwald, which, since it favors a lot of low to high ground, maneuvering here, maybe when we have Laser looking a bit more comfortable on some of these other picks here. Hazard really plays well in both the Brawl and the Dive. You kind of have an option to sort of flex with those play styles there. So the ban coming out from Quickshots is going to be Lucio. So no speed boost here unless we run a Juno.
Yeah, which, again, would not surprise me if we ran Juno, but at the same time, right, you can get away without speed in certain compositions, right? Obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is some double flex backlines like the Bap Zen of old times that nobody ends up really running anymore, but we saw the Bap Brig as well getting a lot of value there with the Orisa. Simply swap out the Orisa for a different sustained tank and being able to get away with so much more here. Quickshot's Nova, again, we'll have to see exactly what they're planning and plotting with this Lucio ban here, especially with where we're going to end up on Eichenwald, right? It lends itself to a lot of different compositions. This, I feel like, is going to be what I'd like to call oddball compositions, though, things that aren't necessarily completely on meta. It's going to be, slight variations here or there that are really going to look like head scratchers when you're first seeing them, but everything's going to have a purpose, I promise.
Which we love to see. We love to see something that looks a bit off meta, that looks a bit different, because it usually indicates that a team feels confident on this composition, feels like they've got their own specific read on the meta, and that's always more interesting than seeing the exact same thing mirrored constantly over and over again. She coughs gently in GOAT's meta of 2019, but that was a different time. We are in a new age here in 2025. And there's still plenty of options available to you. Of course, a Brig Juno backline is very much on the table for a lot of these situations. We've got the Brig and Baptiste here for the defensive side, and Quickshot's Nova, and the Ram being piloted here by Laser.
Yeah, the Ramatra indeed could be the ticket here as Quickshots on the defense here. Again, like I said, they just simply switched out the Orisa for the Ram, the next best, most survivable Brawl tank at the moment here, and just figured, why not? Let's see what happens. Night Witches on the attack. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to see this leave the attacker spawn room, but there's still 10 whole seconds to switch, and I expect some switches to come through. That being said, nobody's... The Symmetra is the one that's interesting here, because so now it does seem like the Reinhardt Bastion is real. This is a very old strat where you sort of just TP the Bastion around, put a shield in front of it, and simply just let the Bastion go to town. So we'll have to see how this ends up working out.
Turret composition lives again. The teleporter to dive directly onto the backline of Quick Shots Nova here, and beam down immediately is Weather, Eerie, and Luna Variants diving directly onto that poor Cassidy. You really didn't know what hit them. Laser getting taken down afterwards. I mean, that strat worked out perfectly on this first attack here. And honestly, the fight is over before you can even blink as Night Witches get themselves set up here on the objective. I don't really think there's going to be a chance for any additional, nothing at all whatsoever. We'll see if that works again, but there are 6 minutes on the clock here for Night Witches.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fastest. That's a good way to crack it open here, to put it kindly. Immediately, you see Night Witches making the swaps, though, because they do not want to stick on this composition once it has been solved against here. Quick Shots a little too late. Already have the Pharah in play for Pingu. Now probably going to end up having to switch that one back on the next opportunity to go to spawn room here. As the payload starts to move, it's just going to, again, be control of this high ground and the castle here.
I love that Eerie is determined to make this Torbjorn work despite how quickly those turrets get evaporated. It'll work. I promise it'll work long enough. You keep going at it here. Ize back on the Winston, looking very comfortable here, bouncing from high ground to low ground as Eerie does take Natnif out. Without that Baptiste, there's a lot of sustain completely missing here for side of Quick Shots Nova. Unfortunately, Pingu gets taken down as well as Luna's just doing so much work onto the opposing DPS line here. Laser really not at all where you want to be, unfortunately, gets taken down and sectioned off from the rest of her team. Yeah, and with that, Night Witches, they're going to roll forward here, really playing the 3D chess here against Quick Shots Nova.
Yeah, and just, again, it's sort of the compositions that you need to see here, this adaptation, exactly what you want from the side of Night Witches, I should say. Quick Shots, they're truly trying to continue to pilot their composition, but it is just looking so incredibly brutal right now that it is hard to pull anything off in the slightest here.
Yeah, honestly looking really uncomfortable on the back foot here, trying to maintain some high ground presence and really getting no value for it whatsoever as everyone from Night Witches just piles directly on top of Quick Shots as they try to beat a hasty retreat towards their spawn, but there's just no chance to get out alive here. And, you know, as quick as first point was, I feel like that cart did not stop moving. 5 minutes 30 coming into point C.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite literally a speedrun right now, a complete flip of the script, as it were, for what these teams were doing previously on Lijiang. It seems like Night Witches can do no wrong right now, absolutely piloting, and they just have their foot even further on the gas.
Pulse Bomb comes out from Luna, doesn't find anything in terms of kills, unfortunately. With that, 3 ults rolling now for Quick Shots Nova. They are panicking, they are dumping the entire war chest and getting nothing for their trouble. You've got Laser sheepishly letting that Annihilation roll along, and you do have Ize, though, falls dangerously low, gets taken down. Alright, so it looks like they may have gotten just enough to turn this fight in their favor. As Night Witches, I mean, they were not shy about loosing the entire war silo themselves, so with that, they're going to swap back onto the Rhine comp coming in.
Yeah, back on the Rhine as finally the defense gets a second to breathe, just taking a deep breath and relishing in it for a moment here. Good Night, which is going to, again, like you said, having that Reinhardt back in play, continue to try to amp their aggression. They do have the speed boost when Quick Shots aren't running it themselves, so it is going to be a little bit problematic for how it gets dealt with here.
Yeah, Zombie and Origami, whoop, never mind that, just gets taken down immediately as a massive dynamite. I mean, gets 2 and the turret, it's 2.5 in my book for all that counts. And Pingu takes out Eerie as well for good measure. So yeah, that Torbjorn looking less and less valuable here as they go in the aggression on point C. And we'll see if Eerie sticks with it. I mean, judging by the previous map in the series, I would expect her to do so, but we'll see if that benefits Night Witches in the long run.
Have to see if that benefit, like you said, if it ends up being there here, as the defense is starting to stabilize more and more here, now with an amplification matrix to boot right at the door to simply persuade anybody from pushing to make them look the other way.
Yeah, so much damage immediately dropped on top of Ize, gets taken down by the welcoming Ramatra arms of Laser there. And so as quick as that fight started, I mean, it's kind of over. The window was just enough for Natnif to sort of let everyone else put in so much damage onto Night Witches there, who are really kind of being spawn-held here, despite the very long runway between those 2 points, you know, in space. This is a spawn hold, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, it's about as spawn-holdy as it can be here now. Night Witch is attempting a bit of a rotation with the help of a Pulse Bomb. Unfortunately, doesn't end up doing anything.
No, Weather and Nikachu combined for 2 quick kills here on Night Witches, and with that, they're sent packing back to spawn once again. A Bob expended, but honestly, he's a bit more decorative than anything else here. Just feeling like they've got ults to burn, and they are going to have 2 more coming into this next fight. Night Witches, they'll have 3, but I mean, it's looking kind of rough.
Yeah, kind of rough in deep here, but Night Witches is going to be walking up with, you know, so a good bank of ultimates finally after it feels like a long while here. Both the Shatter and the Orbital Ray are going to be good opening tools here for them to get in and finally get something done.
Yeah, you see, ceding so much space here, Quick Shots Nova, they do not want to be on the receiving end of this Shatter. Have to know that Ize has it in her pocket here. As Luna back here on the Mei now, takes a headshot, Icicle kill onto Weather. No chance to build up to another Bob any faster here. And with that Earth Shatter coming through, laser laid out. The Mei wall up from Pingu, who's swapped to it as well themselves. Here as Ize is just rolling through on the objective here, cleaning up Nikachu as well. Cleaning up as much of the team as they possibly can. And with that, the rest of Night Witches are on the objective, pummeling it all the way forward here. And it looked a bit shaky there, Megalast, coming in to see, but Night Witches found their footing and just needed one more thing to swing their way, and they clinch it up. 2 minutes remaining in the time bank.
And being able to get that done is massive here because now it puts Quick Shots Nova on the back foot here, trying to figure out exactly what went wrong. Like, obviously, their defense started to look good towards the end there, but unfortunately, it was just such an overwhelming time bank. It was almost inevitable that Nightwing before that night, or I keep saying Nightwing, Night Witches should be able to get the job done with how much they had. And so now with still 2 minutes in the bank here, they've got to be sitting pretty for their own defense coming up here. And, you know, this is going to be the one point in the game that I don't question the Torb, because Torb defense on Eichenwald, this hero is so beyond real. The turret can sit in so many positions and just be an annoying pest for anybody that walks forward. It's absolutely great.
Yeah, defense on Eichenwald is what Torb was built for, and specifically what Torb built Torb's turrets for. So that is exactly what Night Witches are sticking with here, as well as Luna sticking on this Mei pick here, alongside Ize piloting that Ramatra and, of course, Origami Zombie on that Brigitte and Baptiste backline. Love this. It plays like a death ball, at least, you know, a stationary one in that case, so more like just a massive sphere of damage and death that you do not want to aggress onto here. On side of Quick Shots Nova, they're going to have Pingu here on the Pharah, at least to peek out first. We'll see if they decide to continue on this or they swap after seeing exactly what the situation is in terms of turrets here, but decides to go around the backside of the objective here as you have Ize and Laser facing off behind their barriers here, respectively, against the long sight lines here, as Pingu is putting in so much damage, taking Origami out quick here. Honestly, yeah, the turret, not really much of an issue, just like on map 1 here of the series. As Quick Shots Nova, I mean, they just cracked this one wide open and almost as fast, if not, yeah, that's about exactly as fast as Night Witch's attack.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like deja vu. I've been in this place before, as Night Witches now are on the receiving end of it, and they realize, hey, this doesn't feel all too good, now trying to take control of the high ground with a Winston composition, exactly like we saw Quick Shots Nova do. So these adaptations, they're clearly set in stone for these teams, and they realize what they need to do. But looking for a little bit more here, Pingu is really just being a menace on the Pharah right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no answer apart from the turret and zombie if you're lucky on the side of Night Witches, but unfortunately, that's just nowhere near enough. Luck is not in the server with them in this moment here, but zombie, okay, I retract that entirely. Zombie immediately made me eat my words and did the exact same thing I recommended that she do. And so, despite being taken down by Laser, still a bunch of value being had from this Baptiste here in the backline. Natnif and Nikachu, of course, on that Valkyrie backline of their own on offense here, but with that, the payload will start rolling for quick shots.
Yeah, payload finally moving in the positive direction, what you need here. But again, they don't have any control of this castle. We know how important castle control can be on Eichenwald, right? It gives you such favorable positioning for every fight. You kind of are able to access the entirety of the map. Like, look at this. They've completely flipped the map now. The attackers, Quick Shots Nova, have rotated to the high ground, and now everybody else is on the low ground. But Pingu already missing from the fight.
Yeah, quick shots are in the good position, but unfortunately, just like you said, Megalast, there's just really, it's so much time it takes for them to get positioned up here like this. And the Deadeye out from Weather is not able to get any value out of it, as Eerie is there, just absolutely chunking those Cheetos directly into the Cassidy's face. Taking Laser out as well, as Luna gets onto Pingo, taken out as well. With that, Quick Shots Nova, I mean, they're just taken apart piece by piece, so telegraphed in their aggression.
Yeah. And so now we are again, it's just the rotation game, right? Night Witches seem to be playing this one incredibly well, and doing what you need to on this defense here, which is keeping control of the map. Now trying to force the payload again is quick shots, but oh, that pulse bomb!
Pulse bomb dropped. No kills coming from it just yet here as the immortality field is used and Pingu smells blood in the water and decides to devour the rest of Night Witches there with that barrage. Massive value being had and not even sent back to spawn. I mean, that is far a value guaranteed there. Eerie gets taken out, only spending that Molten Core and the Primal Rage from Ize. Looking a little bit sheepish here as they're the last one left alive here on the objective as Quickshots Nova rolling comfortably into point B.
Yeah, and so now you're watching this payload hopefully try to move towards this very end here. Night, which is going to be coming out on the Malga now, trying to help stall this one out a little bit more, but easier said than done, I assure you.
Yeah, Ize's back in this one, as you say, on the Malga here. You've got the rally rolling from Origami, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. And no, Natnif and Nikachu teaming up for a couple kills here at the tail end of this fight as Malga, Ize, she's still alive, she's still on the objective, but that is kind of it. Just a very ornamental pitching post for the rest of the payload to worry about at this point. So with that, and again, it's really deja vu. We are seeing almost a beat-for-beat mirror of the offense here on the side of Quickshots Nova that Night Witches did for themselves.
Yeah, and it's so unbelievably similar that it's almost like grouping my brain into terms of how this is going to end up breaking down. Night Witches now have absolutely nothing to their name. They're trying to build up 200 Amp Matrix, but as you see, the Amp Matrix is already ready on the other side.
Yeah, just penned into a corner here by that Amp Matrix. Natnif placed that with such style and aplomb there as Weather and Natnif teaming up for those kills and Pingu finally getting in on the action as well. But Night Witches, I mean, they're just crumbling down before this offense. This is very much where we go off script for this map. It took so many tries for Night Witches to break open this point C defense here. But Quickshots Nova, I mean, they do it in one. And with this, it looks like they're getting the final kills coming out as Eerie and Luna fall in that turret. Again, just falling before them. Quickshots Nova complete the map with even more time in the bank than Night Witches.
Yeah, I mean, even more time is absolutely crazy considering how that ended up going for Night Witches on their attack here. And you have to imagine Night Witches is a little bit stunned right now themselves. Both teams have been able to crack point A open pretty quickly, though. So I'm expecting this to not just be sort of a spawn hold situation. This is going to be something that ends up going multiple rounds, potentially, even going into point B or point C again here. Before this payload is going to end up being stopped. These defenses have proved to be a little bit troubling for both squads until they can really get set up in that point C.
Yeah, hybrid maps are not a guaranteed finish for these teams. They just both were able to so clearly identify their compositional win conditions coming into their offense and just breaking the opponent wide open in what feels like record time it has to be on both of their offenses here. So it really, the ball is now very much in Night Witch's court to sort of maintain that same tempo, not let that loss, having the weaker time bank here, that's got to affect the mental a little bit.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where you can't let it affect your mental. You kind of have to give it up. You kind of have to be able to focus on what's in front of you. Again, they're going for the same teleporter strategy here. Going to just simply be a different lineup out of spawn here, going a different way. But it seems like potentially a Kiriko might be ready to catch them.
Weather and Pingu on the Freya and Pharah. Full Flyers backline to be had, or front, DPS line had for Quickshots Nova, and a massive Bionade from Natnif. I mean, that one's just going to end this fight immediately here. They get feet on the objective, but then it's just purple everyone else, seeing so much damage coming through. No healing available for Night Witches, and yeah, that is a well-earned team kill, and Night Witches go back to spawn feeling different.
Yeah. Absolutely. They go back to spawn and they're just like, okay, well, that teleport shot isn't going to work, but what do we do now? And it's going to be just this pivot to comfort, right? You have the D.Va, the Tracer in tow here, but again, nothing's really going to be able to deal with the Pharah in the sky except for Aerie. And unfortunately, this Pharah realizes it and just starts to play on the ground. Just being able to play out of sightlines.
Yeah, just absolutely devastated, getting so much work done here around these corners, around these, slight high grounds here of the bridge. And Night Witches, I mean, they're really penned up around their spawn doors functionally at this point here. And Quickshots Nova, I mean, they are in the driver's seat. They are fully comfortable here on their defense as we are down to under a minute here. And Nikachu gets an immediate kill onto Origami. Zombie has to fight for her life here in the back line. Ize still low as well without any armor whatsoever to speak of. And Eerie going down. I mean, we're down to 30 seconds and Night Witches, they're going to be dealing with spawn staggers here.
Yeah. And so now it's going to be one of those things, like you said, who's going to be looking to touch the point? Something we weren't even considering, right? We expected another quick point A cap, and that's clearly not been the case here. Luna has the pulse bomb online, though. If Zombie can earn this orbital ray, it could be the opening Night Witches need here, but they're going to need this miracle now.
Laser just built up to the Annihilation, lets it roll, immediately takes Origami, spies her out, and just absolutely obliterates that Brigitte there. As kills being traded on either side, but Weather is still uncontested in the high ground. Pingu went down with that barrage ready to go, and Laser still has that Annihilation this entire time. This whole team fight taking so much damage on to Night Witches. And despite their strong, aggression here on their first take of point A, their second round, I mean, Quickshots Nova, they read the playbook. They knew exactly what was coming their way and were fully prepared for it. No chance, no way, and no ticks on the objective for Night Witches here. And now Quickshots Nova, they gotta be feeling real good coming into round 4.
Yeah. It's exactly, because now all you need is 33.3%, but you do have to worry about the possibility of that draw, and just being able to work with any and everything under the sun here, because you can't just assume that you're going to cap this point, right? That's how you can quickly let it slip out of your hands and out of control. But 3 minutes and 13 seconds to get one tick, you should be able to build up a slew of ultimates, and as long as you're able to force out a cycle of ults from Night, which is in the process of building up your own, it really should be able to change any and everything here. That being said, Quickshots Nova, they're currently hovering. I do like the Widow Shot out of spawn purely because it's going to provide a great chance at an opening here. But overall, it's going to be something. It's going to be interesting to see if this Widow can actually connect with something, because this could be Night Witches just simply lose out on a good chance.
On the side of Quickshots Nova, you've got to assume that Night Witches are going to be rolling out with this Torbjorn no matter what, as long as Eerie is on the roster here. So I feel like you can kind of build anything you want to around knowing that, with the knowledge that there will be a Torbjorn no matter what here. And honestly, with as little as Eerie has bothered Quickshots Nova's DPS line, I honestly doubt they even consider it very much coming into this here. But Ize and Laser are both mirrored here on the Ramatra pick, as we do have the Zen coming out from Origami. So trying to roll with this BAP Zen defense, just like we mentioned earlier here. Bit of a vintage composition, but works extraordinarily well under the best of circumstances, and these are certainly trying ones to be sure here. Origami has to play so carefully, facing so much damage out from Pingu and Weather here, and Laser, of course, has so much damage that Void Surge perk really benefiting that Ramatra, putting in so much additional DPS with those shotgun blasts of those little nanobots, as Weather does take Zombie out, and with that, it feels like this objective has got to be cracked wide open. Eerie goes dangerously low, gets taken down. Weather is really uncontested here on this high ground, as you only have Ize and Origami left to really maintain control of the objective. Has that Harmony Orb healing for all it can, but has to play so carefully. Head, such a delicious target here for Weather, who no one can really answer. There's only 2 or 3 bodies alive and around here for Night Witches, and this fight is just dragging out for so long on the side of Quickshots Nova. Night Witches have finally gotten a few members of their team back into the fight here, as the turret from Eerie is still alive and still around the corner here, but Weather is not at all bothered. Goes hunting, finds a Zenyatta for their trouble, takes out that Immortality field as well. So without that, Night Witches have to play so much more carefully, and they are just a few percentage points away from losing this entire map and going down 2-0 in the series to match points. So with that, Natnif taking Eerie out as well. Without the Torbjorn, no more pressure to be had. Night Witches, they are scrambling. They've got the window going out, but it's traded on the other side as Natnif let goes with there as well. The Kitsune rush from Nikachu, that's got to be the final blow for Quickshots Nova. Night Witches falling one by one as the pulse bomb comes through, but dies before it even becomes necessary to take the damage. And what a fight, what a map win. Quickshots Nova take the map and go up 2-0.
2-0 in a pretty interesting way. Again, it was one of the things where the way this map started out, It certainly was not going the way that you thought it would here. But again, all you needed is that confidence, that power behind you to do any and everything in the book here. And Quickshots Nova, they come away with a great map win. Now find themselves one map away from a spot in the grand finals here in the open tier. So absolutely sailing high right now for them. Night Witches, you clearly had some stuff going for you there, but you weren't able to get the job done after an amazing start. So you really are going to be sent back to the drawing board trying to think and figure this one out.
Yeah, that's honestly tough. It felt like they gave their best shot, but it unfortunately just was not enough in this map here. But folks, we're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Plenty more Kunoichi action, and this match will conclude right after this. Welcome back, folks. We are in the thick of the action here between Night Witches, and of course, we also have the other side of things, Quick Shots Nova. Yep, didn't forget that. Can read the screen. We're very good about these things here. These teams doing extraordinarily. So much work against each other here. Quick Shots Nova, though, has really been in the driver's seat this entire series, despite some heroics on the side of Night Witches. They just, unfortunately, were not able to pull out in the second map.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly close affair there on Eichenwald. It seemed like it was completely a flip of the script here, but Quick Shots Nova able to sort of get the puzzle down, as it were, and figure things out, and now finding themselves simply one map away from securing a spot in our grand finals tomorrow. But one thing you don't have to wait for tomorrow is donating to the Trevor Project. It's an amazing little thing we're doing here. Make sure you go ahead. If you got anything to give, you hand it over to them, because guess what? They support LGBTQIA plus people, and it's absolutely amazing, and we love to see it. So supporting them supports the whole community, allows us to keep doing things like Kunoichi. It's absolutely amazing. You love to see.
It's such an important cause, and of course, we are still in the waning days of Pride Month, so, like, you really gonna not donate? It's Pride Month. Let's be real with ourselves here.
Exactly, but heading on into matchup here, we are heading to Flashpoint. There's still only two choices at Headrammer. Why is Atlas not in the game? But it's fine. We're heading to New Chunk City instead here, and unfortunately it means no more Orisa ban. You already banned it once, you can't do it again. Might be a bit of a uphill battle here for Night Witches.
Yeah, unfortunately, Orisa still good, so we're just going to have to deal with that on the side of Night Witches here. Quick Shots Nova looking so comfortable on that pick, but, I mean, it's not as if they looked bad at all running the Ramatra compositions on Eichenwald, so really, you can take a tool out of the hands of Quick Shots, but it really feels like they still just have so many more to pull out of that tool belt for them that really, I don't know, I'm curious to see exactly how Night Witches decide to rally from this one, because of course going to your map pick after such a strong, point A attack and, going through the entirety of the map yourself to be bested, I mean, that really has got to damage morale, and I need to see them maintain their mental game here coming into this and still play their own game against Quick Shots Nova.
Exactly. So again, it's one of those things, like you said, you got to bring your A game here, and it could mean a whole new set of, whole new set of circumstances, a whole new set of bans that could certainly change the tide for you here. But again, we'll have to see exactly what Night Witches are hoping for here. Now that you've banned the Orisa, maybe banning some other problematic parts, take the Tracer out of the lineup would be sort of the number one thing I'm looking towards. But at the end of the day, it just sort of comes down to what they're thinking in the moment right now.
Yeah, as we sort of mentioned, that there really is no one, single solution to the composition of Quick Shots Esports. Really, like, Night Witches are just having such a difficult time at the entirety of the roster here. So really, whether it's the Tracer, whether it's the Orisa, or whether it's the very strong backline with heavy favoritism towards this Baptiste, we banned out the Brig instead. So yeah, the Brig and Bap has been a composition support-wise that has been run a lot here already. So Quick Shots really been looking very strong on it so far. Night Witches getting that off the table feels very appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, not wanting to deal with that anymore. I absolutely understand it and to get it, but now we have to see, again, what these teams are really trying to cook up and what they're trying to worry about here for Quick Shots on the other side of things, right? What they can end up banning. I mean, realistically, there's not really a whole lot you are worried about. I mean, my best guess would maybe be to try to take the Devo away if you're really concerned about it, but otherwise, I mean, any ban here just feels like something very niche, very, not necessary.
Yeah, you ban the Ramatra, they just stick with the Orisa, and honestly, you've shot yourself in the foot, because Ram is probably the best answer you have, considering they've gone to ban the Torb. They have decided that Eerie does not get to have fun. No Lindholms in this third map of the series here. Unfortunate, to be sure. But, yes, we're going to get to see Eerie play something else. We'll see what else she has in her hero pool to work with here on the side of Night Witches. And Quick Shots Nova, I mean, they have to know how targeted this is.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite literally the only way you could target, though, right? There was nothing else really consistent enough. This is the only thing that really has been the staple, the tried and true, that you would want to ban out as a target thing. Ironically, I think it might help Night Witches. The fact that they're finally not going to be forced to play the fact that they're not going to be forced to play Torbjorn, they physically can't do it. Now maybe they can open themselves up to a few more options.
Yeah, I have no doubt, and we certainly got to see that Iri is an excellent Torb player, but it really felt like that Torb was just not doing them a whole lot of favors. I'd say 90% of the time. It's certainly on Lijiang Tower, it really did not get much work done whatsoever. And there were certainly points, I would say. Occasionally on the offense, honestly, it would make more sense that the Torb worked on defense for Eichenwald, but that defense just went by so fast for Night Witches that there really was not much evidence, unfortunately, to support that. Quick Shots really had the read on this Torb, unbothered whatsoever here. So bear in mind, folks, the Tracer is still in play, and that has been such a devastating tool here on the side of Quick Shots Nova. So with that still something to worry about and no Torb available to them, I don't know exactly what Night Witches want to run to deal with this harassment they're going to be getting in their backline.
Yeah, I mean, harassment's certainly a way to put it. I love the little shot of the trash cubes, as it were, being thrown out throughout the map here, but Night Witch is showing us a pretty different composition here. The Junker Queen setup with Iri over to the Meg. This makes sense to me that you're going to be going over to something very similar to the Torb, not necessarily aim intensive, but still being wanting to provide the value that you think you can to the team here. So the May to try to slow things down, isolate targets, I don't mind it in the slightest here. But the Junker Queen is definitely going to have a hard time matching up into this Orisa.
Yeah, at first glance, I do like it, but as you say, yeah, the Junker Queen is going to have so many chances for the Orisa to take so much control away from the opposing tank here. Ize certainly has her work cut out for her here. As Origami and Zombie, we've got the Moira out here on the side of Night Witches. So an old Lucio-Moira composition, alive and well here, as much as they try to zombify the rest of the team here. So with that, Luna, of course, on this Tracer, trying to nail down Pingu here on the flanks, as Weather is still just letting loose with these flashbangs here. They are able to put so much work in. Have a bit harder time hitting, of course, the Junker Queen as you would with the Orisa, but player of Weather's caliber, no sweat whatsoever to be had here. Iri is just providing this Maywall support, is able to section off laser, so with that excellent backstop essentially to pin the Orisa to, Ize does get the better of the opposing tank. So with that, Quick Shots, however, did get first control of the point, and I think Night Witches finally find themselves in a place to take point control of themselves here, but you do have Nikachu still being a bit of a nuisance. Alright, finally now sent back to spawn, as Luna is about to have a pulse bomb, but Pinku is going to have one on the other side as well.
Yeah, and so now, like you said, those pulse bombs, they can certainly open up a fight in ways that you certainly wouldn't expect here. Night Witch is now back in control. They also have the coalescence to work with here. So as long as you're not necessarily caught out by something like that, you have a lot to work with. But Pingu slowly trying to flip the point back here.
Yeah, Pingu, they've spotted them out there by that point. So yeah, with that pulse bomb ready to go, does beat a retreat. We have the Tracers chasing each other. More like Chaser and my... Oh, God. All right, anyway. And Pingu still has their pulse bomb to work with here, as Luna does spend it. Unfortunately, doesn't get a whole lot of value. Pingu's, however, does. But the rest of the team, however, is a bit, unfortunately, back in the spawn room on the side of Quick Shots Nova. As Night Witches, while the Tracers were having a bit of a parade in the back lines, we're just sort of powering directly over the front line of the team here. And Laser, once again, that Terra Surge amounting to very little. And we're ticking up near 100 here for Night Witches.
Yeah, near 100%. But again, you still have to actually be able to get their Night Witches. They certainly are looking a lot better on this Queen style here, and it seems like nobody's going to be even able to make it to the point here, just given up by Quick Shots Nova here. So now we are going to be rotating ourselves outside here to try to see who can get control of this point first. Night Witches is going to be in control first here, and they're building closer and closer to that rampage.
I'm nervous here, though, Mega. It started off so well on Eichenwald last map for Night Witches, so we'll see if they can continue, or if it's going to be the exact same scenario where they end up losing it in the end. But Ize does get the better of Pingu here, so that Tracer not going to be able to build up to another Pulse Bomb, as they were so close to doing Weather on the objective with this Deadeye. Not able to find anybody out, unfortunately, as Luna, she knows exactly where to run away and meet all that cover deliciously and get away from that Cassidy. As the window comes down, so too does the Rampage, and that massive anti-heal layers through onto Quick Shots Nova. And that sound barrier, I mean, it landed, but It was not a pretty thing whatsoever. Ize does get taken down, but Laser here is kind of all alone alongside Pingu, who's back here on the Genji of all things, coming in on side of Quick Shots. But Night Witches, they're in control, and no first take to Quick Shots. It is now their control of this next second point.
Yeah, and I mean, being able to take control this quickly, Night Witches, they clearly have figured something out here, especially with the Mei in tow. It really has been sort of cutting up this Quick Shots Nova team. They've been relying on their teamwork and their synergy, but when you're sort of dicing them apart with a Mei wall, it really is making it that much better for you here, as now the Tracer's in looking for a pulse.
Yeah, leading out with that commanding shout here as the Terror Surge does come through from Laser, finally finds Origami. All right, that is the opening they need for this fight. The Pulse Bomb lands on Laser, but she's unbothered by it. Well, a bit bothered by the rest of the damage that Luna is putting in, but we'll see if that's enough to turn the tides of this fight here, as that is really Night Witches here on the back foot. Luna is still alive here on the objective, just barely a zombie. Yeah, all right, they do get the kills, just enough here, and they do still maintain control.
Maintaining control here, and they're looking not just in control, but they're looking dominant right now, absolutely shutting down Quick Shots Nova at every single turn. So now, as they're winding up to another 100% here, you're seeing Quick Shots Nova have to try to send the Orisa, get somebody over to this objective, but once you're stalling out, you still have to face down this Coalescence.
Yeah, Javelin comes through, but Erie's in that ice block, no able to be damaged here for just a second. Coalescence rolling through from Zombie. It is doing stuff, we promise, folks. Don't worry about the visual glitch there. But yes, does get the kill on Nikachu, and yeah, with plenty of kills coming their way, yeah, Night Witches are cracking this one wide open here. The point does flip for a moment here onto Quickshot Nova's favor, but it's just a Pyrrhic victory at that, as Night Witches will flip it, and I mean, they're about to go to match point.
Yeah. And now being able to take such a dominant control of the Flashpoint map, like you said, it can be a huge shift in the mental morale that these teams have right now. Quick Shots Nova, they're, again, a little bit scattered. The upside for them right now is that they're able to sort of establish presence on the objective first here, which they have going for them. They're going to be able to build up to this Dragon Blade as well. But at the end of the day, we have to see exactly how this blade is going to end up being used, or if the shout or something like that is going to be able to shut it down.
Yeah, the blade could work alongside the barrier. We'll see if anything comes out to assist or if it's a dry one. And yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. Does go for Origami, and Zombie in the backline gets two. Fantastic work there. That Orisa providing a little bit of assistance at the kill onto Zombie. So with that, Quick Shots Nova, I mean, they provide themselves a stay of execution here as Night Witches. They don't spend anything, crucially, but they are now the ones who have to make the aggression happen.
Yeah, and the aggression, like you said, they have to be this engaging team here, but I'm sure they have no problem with it. That being said, the Blizzard's already out.
Yeah, Blizzard already out, but two members dead on their side, unfortunately, as the backline gets immediately taken out before the fight can really even kick off properly here. It's just Ize who's being a little bit staggered out here at the end of things, as Pingu just building up a little bit more ultimate charge in the back of that one. I mean, short and sweet, and only on the back of a rush, so not too bad at all.
Yeah, because that's the thing, Quick Shots, like, unfortunately, because you already gave up 2 points, right? Your ult economy is so unbelievably important right now. You can't be over-investing into these fights. So you have to almost sort of find fights you can win just dry here. And while it looked good for Weather there at the start, it's not looking good now.
No, gets traded out for Eerie, though, and with Origami and Ize falling as well. Laser's just putting so much work in on this Orisa. So glad to have it back in her hands here. But the point is being slightly tickled here by Luna, so they finally do get back in time. It does not flip into Night Witch's favor, and it looks like that's going to be all the chance they get. Although Luna's back once again, does get the actual flip here at overtime. So with that, the rest of Night Witches are trying to make themselves onto the objective here. Quick Shots have gotten themselves back into place here. The Bayer comes through, lands onto all 5 members of the team here, and still have 2 ults left to go in their pockets. Bayer from Origami, just as valuable here, but that Terra Search is massive, despite the massive anti coming through from the Rampage. We've ults traded left and right here, but Weathered with the Deadeye is enough to clean up, and Pingu is just getting dash reset after dash reset here. Brutal scenes coming out from Quick Shots Nova. Night Witches, they're starting to sweat. This is where control starts to slide from their grasp.
Yeah, but again, that was just a single point, right? There's still 2 more points. You can't necessarily get discouraged just yet if you're Night Witches, but you, like you said, your mind could be drawing back to that Item Wall. It felt like it was in your hands, and slowly but surely it can slip away here. Coalescence hopefully trying to change that fate, though, this time around from Zombie. Doesn't end up catching on anybody from Quick Shot. I say that, but Nadav goes down.
Natnif going down early in this fight is massive. Was about to build up to another Kitsune rush here. The bleed coming through from Pingu is good, gets damage, but unfortunately not much in the way of kills. But Weather is there to clean up for their Genji. Well played here in these tight quarters for Quickshots Nova. As the Blizzard is launched here from Erie, not able to catch a whole lot with it, but does keep everyone from Quickshots Nova away from the objective here. So Night Witches will get themselves first take on the objective here, and Luna does get the kill on the Pingu at the back end of the fight here. So with that, the rush though does come through from Natnif. They still want to fight this on the side of Quickshots Nova. They do have the barrier and the Deadeye to go, as Weather does let loose with it, trying to find anyone here, using that enhanced movement speed to really scare everyone away from the objective. Doesn't able to get any kills for it, but they do flip the point in their favor here, as Nikachu and Laser do lay in the necessary damage, getting kills onto Night Witches here, who really are kind of starved for ultimates at this point. And Quickshots Nova, I mean, their economy is booming.
Yeah, I mean, booming is certainly the word I would use for it here. Being able to take that flip back is massive for Quickshots Nova now. Like you said, with this sound barrier as well as the Terror Surge, they have ways to sustain anything coming up, as well as a fight initiation plan of their very own with Laser. Maybe going a little too far forward. You don't want to take poke damage or get walled off, certainly. They have to save their Cassidy now.
Just manages to keep Weather alive there, though it was certainly a near thing. Erie and Luna ready to devour anyone left alone by that Maywall in particular. Another Terror Surge out here from Laser keeps Erie caught in the center, and that Eye of a Storm is not weathered by Weather here, who's cleaning up the rest of Night Witches on the back end of the fight. And with that, I mean, the Ducks here has kind of gone blink and you miss it at this point. Quickshots Nova are about to tick up to 100, and we're going to the 5th and final flashpoint of the map.
Yeah, we're tied up here. Just going to be some Tracer stall that's ultimately given up in the end here. Both teams have some interesting ults to work with heading into this final point, right? The Rampage obviously going to be the highlight here, but there's a Cleansing Suzu that can come through at any time, obviously, and this Sound Barrier from Quickshots could be the thing to sort of keep everybody alive throughout that. If it's matched by Origami on the other side, though, that then could be the sustain that Night Witches need to sort of keep going, keep pressing in the fight, but Weather's already found one.
Yeah, I was gonna say they've got 3 ults in this fight, but unfortunately they only have 2 since Luna was sent directly and quickly back to spawn here. No chance to use that Pulse Bomb in this particular engagement. And yeah, with that, I mean, of course the Tracer's gonna get back in the fight pretty quickly here, but the point is going to unlock, and unless Night Witches get a toe on very fast, Quickshots Nova are going to get first cap, and yep, they do just that.
Yeah, and so now with the first cap already in their favor, Night Witches, they now need to find a way to assault this without taking too much poke on their approach, and that's already the Shout forced.
Yeah, Shout forced out from Ise. They still have everything but the Pulse Bomb let loose. Doesn't find anything for their trouble, unfortunately, there, as Weather does get the kill into Ise with that Deadeye, but gets taken down in turn by Zombie. So without their tank, Night Witches are going to have a tough time. Well, they would have a tough time, but there's a Coalescence rolling from Zombie. So with that, everyone from the team is alive and well for the most part here, kicking forward as Origami falling dangerously low, but finally Pingu gets taken down alongside Nikachu there. And Night Witches, they are not done in this map just yet.
Yeah, not done at all. It was a costly investment, though. Everything but their Blizzard had to be thrown into that one. Now, a Kitsune rush for Natnef on the approach here. Again, it's just about if this Blizzard can actually catch on to the members of Quickshot Nova here and get a good freeze going.
Yeah, this rush could be devastating. Natnef has been so great with these all map long so far here. Pulse Bomb from Pingu, unfortunately stuck onto the wall, I believe, but Luna does get the kill into Weather early on in this fight here. Erie gets traded out again, but Origami falling as well. Pingu is letting in so much work as everyone getting trapped up by the rest of the team. Look at those assists. Everyone is contributing on the sides of Quickshots Nova here. They'll flip the point in their favor at exactly 58-58, but now they're ticking up in the lead, and Night Witches, they have one more chance to get back in this one.
Yeah, one final fight to determine everything here. Night Witches, they do not want to head down to that lower bracket. Their series is currently hanging on by a sleeve, and that might be the opening. Pingu removed from the fight here. This could be the chance. Luna now trying to run back in with a Pulse Bomb ready to go.
Erie gets traded out, though, and we still have to have someone on the objective. Looks like we do have a couple toes there. Origami seems to be the one holding down the fort there, but Weather finding Zombie out as well. Unfortunately, it does get flipped at the very last second here, so there is a few moments for Night Witches to breathe a sigh of relief, but not a very many of those moments here. Luna does have this Pulse Bomb. If only she can stay alive long enough to use it. Origami is not able to build up to that sound barrier. Zombie going down as well. I mean, that's got to be it for this composition. No supports left. Luna lets with a heroic pulse bomb, but gets nothing for her trouble there as Eerie and Ize trying to do their best to maintain control of the objective here, but with everyone from Quickshots Nova alive, looking so healthy, looking so dominant here, despite the strong start on the map. Really, it's just been the tale of Quickshots Nova coming up from behind and taking the feet out from under Night Witches here. They will win the map in 5-3 fashion and take the series 3-0. Quickshots Nova are going to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, so many close maps in there. It felt like that, there was going to be a bit more of a back and forth affair, and it feels like there were so many times that we saw Night Witches had a map completely in the palm of their hands, and then slowly but surely it was pried out of their hands by a very greedy Quickshots Nova, who clearly were on the warpath to win today. And like you said, they've now booked themselves a spot in that grand finals tomorrow, and I'm sure they're over the moon about it.
Yeah, honestly, a fantastic showing out here from Quickshots Nova. Looking so good the entire series long. Really not a moment where they were out of pace. I mean, certainly their initial defense on Eichenwald was a little bit rough for them, and they did go down the first 2 rounds on New Junk City here. But there really was no contest once they got themselves back under control once again. Once they were in the driver's seat, once they had the chance to set the tempo, there's really very little that Night Witches were able to do to bring it back to them. I will say, I fully agree that the tagline of this series, the scoreline of it, does not fully reflect how close these maps were in the minute-to-minute play of them here. Of course, Lijiang Tower was very much in Quickshot's favor, but I really have to give a lot of credit to Night Witches. They put a lot of effort into the latter 2, especially fights of the series, but it really was all Quickshots Nova the entire time, and full congrats, well earned, as we do not have to say goodbye to Night Witches. They still will be alive in the lower bracket, and they have a chance to make this a rematch in the grand finals.
Exactly, that could be an exciting one indeed here, but that has to be something for somebody else to sort out at another time, at another place here, because we are going to be throwing to a break for a bit as we set up our third match of the day. Do we know what it is yet? Probably not. But hey, listen, that's okay. It's part of the fun. We got 3 different tiers. We got all this Kunoichi action for you, so make sure you stick around, enjoy it, all that stuff, because we'll be right back whenever this break ends.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. 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 Got lots of love. Love. 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 Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
here, you know, you get an insight and you know something, you know, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, you know. But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to Kunoichi. Thank you so much for sticking around for that short break. We are back with one more match for you tonight. It's going to be Pixel Peeps Rising versus the Florida They Them, and I am Range, joined tonight by Nerdy Bird.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited for this matchup, but this matchup kind of happened earlier, and I'm very interested to see if things change, just because, without giving you too many details, I feel like hours in a day can definitely chip away at a team's, I guess, mental fortitude, or give you a reason to fight even harder. So I feel like today's final matchup is a great way to both create bookends for this broadcast as a whole.
Totally agree. Yeah. So, like Nerdy Bird mentioned, these teams have matched up against each other already once today, and well, didn't go so great there for Pixel Peeps. As we can see here, they were sent down to this lower bracket by the Florida They Them with a pretty clean 3-0, Nerdy.
This is what I'm saying, like, perhaps things go a little bit different. Florida They Thems, they just had to go up against Atlas. That was not an easy match in the slightest. They got 3-0'd themselves and sent down here. So, I mean, they both suffered the same fate, one at the hands of the other, and then the other squad went down to the currently what's our top seed so far. So both teams had a very exhausting early round, I feel like, and then having to fight to get to here means we're at equal levels of exhaustion, but it really comes down to like that mental fortitude that I feel like really is going to determine which one of these teams comes out on top. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of earlier. I highly doubt we'll see a 3-0 sweep here.
Exactly, I agree 100%. Once Pixel Pete's kind of getting a footing for what to expect from the Florida They Them, maybe they're coming into this next round a little bit more prepared for whatever is going to be thrown their way by this team. And chat, I will just take a second to remind everybody that we are raising money for the Trevor Project here. So please, if you have the ability to make a donation, it's for a great cause supporting LGBTQ+ folks. And yeah, we're super excited to be able to support this charity throughout the Kunoichi Carnival.
And we actually have a little tally system going on inside of that chat room here on Twitch. So if you could help us fill that bar up all the rest of the way before the end of the night, that'd be absolutely awesome. But nonetheless, we have some Overwatch gameplay we got to get to. And one of those first things we want to definitely talk about is the possibility of what hero bans we might be seeing here. And honestly, well, my bad. We're going to look at maps first. And the first one is going to be Antarctic Peninsula for our control map. I personally love this map, and based off of at least one of the rosters that we have and some of the heroes that we've seen from these players, I feel like this map in particular is definitely going to be leaning towards the brawl compositions from both these squads. What are your thoughts on that?
I absolutely agree. So looking at the roster of the Florida They Them, they said that the control maps are their favorites. So already you're going to be having kind of a bit of an advantage there. If this is the type that you're most comfortable on, that is a great start for the Florida They Them, as we are going to take a look over at the hero bans now. So I'll remind everybody how this works, just in case you're just tuning in now. So Florida They Them are going to have the opportunity to ban out one hero from any of the heroes in this roster. And once they make that selection, the ban for the side of Pixel Peeps is going to be locked out from that role. So only one role can be banned per map.
So theoretically, you can ban a hero from a role that you want to protect as a protective ban, so to speak. So in this instance, and sorry to be a little bit of a giveaway here, I feel like if we're Florida They Thems, we're probably going to want to ban out one of the tanks because we want to protect our... Yep! I think we're banning out a tank. Anyway, so if we're going to be trying to protecting one of our OTPs, so to speak, as someone to come through and keep us all alive, well, we definitely want to make sure our JQ is still safe and sound. So we want to take away the opportunity for Pixel Peeps to ban out that tank. So now they're stuck being able to ban out a damage or a support. And so if we're knowing we're probably going to run up into a JQ, what do you think we need to be banning to facilitate, like, to less encourage a JQ pick or to make JQ's life a little bit harder? What support line hero do you think you should be banning out from Pixel Peeps here?
So definitely when it comes to Junker Queen compositions, it's all about that speed. So oftentimes we're going to be seeing that Junker Queen paired with a Lucio or potentially a Juno, but where we're on this control center point, or control map, it's, you know, the Lucio tends to be a little bit more favored compared to the Juno, and that does just come with the aura, healing, and speed. So well, okay, actually, Pixel Peeps, though, they are going to go ahead and ban out the Cassidy, which definitely, again, can pair really nicely with that Junker Queen. It's kind of the burst damage, right? Junker Queen is all about those fast hits, and Cassidy is able to put out the consistent damage that can pair very nicely with that tank.
Yes, and plus Cassidy able to take a lay off angle in midway through a fight to allow a JQ to really pierce through the front line and do that damage from the side with that cast is kind of a deal breaker for some teams if you aren't able to compensate for the fact that 2 angles are coming after you, especially when you're going head on into that brawl comp. So the Cassidy ban, I can see why it's coming through. So we ban out Ramattra on one side, we're trying to protect that JQ pick. We ban out the Cassidy because we're trying to make sure that we don't have the synergization that can occur between cast with that JQ brawl core. I'm very interested to see how we play around this, though. And now, if we're knowing they're likely going into the JQ coming out from one squad, if you're Pixel Peeps, what tank do you want to face that JQ with? Are we gonna have that JQ mirror here?
Okay, well, I mean, let's take a look at Pixel Peeps. Zachary K, like, picking Wrecking Ball as kind of a favored tank here, and the Wrecking Ball definitely can work against the Junker Queen. It's all about kind of taking these angles, basically just ignoring the Queen as much as you can, which could work. Maybe a little tricky on some of the maps of a very, like, niche kind of a selection here, but taking a look at this roster for Pixel Peeps, we have Atlas and Lon Flamingo on those DPS roles. Zachary K, like I mentioned, on the tank, and then Flatline and Spacebar are going to be starting out on the support line here. So already, this team, they have a lot of synergy. They've played in Calling All Heroes Rising together, so definitely a strong team. Maybe a couple new names. I think Atlas might be a new kind of pickup for Kunoichi Karnival here, but it's nice to already have that kind of pre-existing synergy ready to go.
Speaking of synergy, we can transition to look over at that other squad's lineup. I mean, Florida they, thems. We've talked about it a lot. We've got Iridescent coming in on this JQ pick, most likely going to stick with that JQ. And then we have Brigitte Sucks. Yeah, also likely going to be rolling out on this Lucio. Maybe a little bit of Brig, though, because according to the team sheets, Brig is also the favorite there. I don't know. Y'all confuse me a little bit. Kala, with this Kiriko, both squads have that player that really loves the Kiriko gameplay, but then Asuka Lock coming in on the Mei. This could be huge to facilitate our JQ by shutting down angles from the enemy team. Excited to see if we do roll out on that. And then Lua coming in on Tracer. I'm interested to see how they pivot into this, considering I think they might have also been the person that walks out on that Cassidy. Are we going to see them favoring the Tracer going into the JQ role here? Well, into the JQ composition, because Tracer can work into that, but I feel like in her current state, the one-clip ability of Tracer, beyond a shadow of a doubt, if I don't see her on the field, I'm going to be a little sad.
Yeah, Tracer is a little scary right now. That 4 damage more per shot, and kind of coupling that with the increase in the DPS passive up to that 30%. Yeah, supports have to be a little bit more fearful of those flanks now, as well, we are ready to go. We're heading into Antarctic. We are going to be starting things out on laps here. So this underground section of the map, and okay, well, nerdy, no surprise to me, Pixel Peeps. They are running the Junker Queen, and then Florida they them running the Junker Queen as well. So hey, if you can't beat them, join them. Zachary K's gonna see what they can do on this Queen composition. It's the TP out from both teams, and okay, we do have Asuka going over onto the Tracer, but we're actually gonna have Lon Flamingo over on the Venture here. So Pixel Peeps gonna have a little bit more kind of frontline damage here compared to a little bit more of an angle that's gonna be available for Florida they them on this Tracer Genji combo.
I like Atlas with the early wall. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite right for the placement, and we end up losing Flatline early on because we no longer have the ability to protect our backline using that wall. Lon Flamingo, Flatline, both fallen. Kala, soon they're falling from Florida they thems. However, Florida is currently leading as far as power on the field. The JQs are battling out. Zachary K falls, Atlas falls, and that's going to be the first fight going heavily in Florida's favor. And I do think once that wall fell from Atlas, that was the go button for the Florida they them. So we got to be careful on the timing in this next fight.
Yeah, exactly. So the composition that Pixel Peeps is running, this is a very utility-based frontline, this Mei and the Venture combo, whereas for them, it's really about finding the timing here with this Genji dash paired with the Junker Queen shout. So as long as they can get the timing down and avoid the utility from Pixel Peeps, they should have the upper hand here.
The survivability for Florida They-Thems is higher, but survivability doesn't get you far when there's someone who can one-clip you. We've lost our Lucio, but Atlas on the other side, as well as Lawn Flamingo, both fallen from Pixel Peeps, and that's another fight very rapidly going to Florida They-Thems. It's an explosive composition. As soon as you have that shout online, the knife has gone through one person. You pull them into your squad. Tracer can come through one clip, follow up with another clip onto someone else with a Genji dash in conjunction, and it just absolutely obliterated Pixel Peeps from the inside out, and we could see that happen again. We also have Pulse online, but we forced the recall. This could be the opportunity for Pixel Peeps to get the upper hand.
Looking like They-Them still have a bit of an angle here, but the ultimates are definitely there for the Florida They-Them. Spacebar gotta get this beat online. The Blade from Luau not quite finding anything just yet.
And the beat comes through at the very end of that Dragon Blade. Asuka finds Atlas. We also drop the Blizzard onto the objective. Lucio is going to be saved by a Suzu at the very last second. A shout comes through as well. We see Atlas swapping over to that Tracer, but Spacebar has finally fallen. Brigitte sucks, will also fall, so no teams have the Lucios. It's 81% for Florida They-Thems. We've used Pulse Bomb, we've used Recall. JQ's hanging on by a thread, gets that shout through. Team is there. Suzu is dropped on her head as well. Early Suzu, Atlas, who's come back on the Tracer to try to keep the fight alive, also ends up getting eliminated. The JQ ult comes through immediately. Suzu, Zachary K, Flatline, Lawn Flamingo, Spacebar, all eliminated, 99-0%, and that is going over to Florida They-Them.
Oh, the fights just went way too long for Pixel Peeps to try and get the value there. If you're not in control of the point, you gotta look to get those resets kind of as fast as possible. And unfortunately for Pixel Peeps, it just wasn't happening. So Florida They-Them building up percentage the entire time, well, still kind of coming out on top in these fights. And I mean, Asuka, the Tracer, 13-0, like that is just the power of the Tracer. If you can stay alive for long enough, you're putting out damage that entire time. And, you know, 2,800, that's pretty good for a first round for a Tracer, 13 limbs. Yeah, this Florida They-Them team really on fire this first submap.
And you said it earlier that if we can't beat them, we need to join them type of mentality coming through. Pixel Peeps following up with that, saying, hey, I don't think we're working here, so we're swapping things back up. We're going fully mirror on both sides. I'm interested to see how this works out. If we don't stagger as hard as we did, and we call the hard resets like you mentioned, this could actually be a more balanced fight here for the second objective, but we already see Atlas getting dangerously low. I think already has forced out all of their blinks. Yes, they're going to have to be fighting for their lives on the side, but the shout's been forced. JQ says, I don't care about Florida They-Thems. JQ goes into the back line. Spacebar from Pixel Peeps is going to fall first, followed by Zachary K, Lawn Flamingo, Luau just going through slicing and dicing, make it 4 as Oskalok finds Flatline.
Yeah, Luau is doing exactly what the Genji needs to do, right? Just going for those dash resets. We're seeing the bulk of the damage kind of come through from Iridescent and then Asuka as well. And Luau is basically just on cleanup duty and doing a really, really great job at that, getting the resets. And now, Florida They-Them, I mean, you're back in control of the point again. You're able to kind of hold up close here. It's going to be really hard for Pixel Peeps to kind of back in. And even Florida, when they back up, they're still maintaining control of that high ground. So Pixel Peeps have no option but to take this fight to the high ground, try to clear them out before going for the point.
The shout comes out from Zachary K, which doing it a little too early could be disastrous, but it's not. They saw the opportunity. They're claiming it. Lawn Flamingo comes in. Zachary K, Atlas, both picking up an elimination apiece. Finally, we're getting percentage on the board for Pixel Peeps, rising here. 32% went over to Florida They-Thems. That's roughly one fight. As previously, we had 4, almost 5 fights back-to-back where Pixel Peeps did not claim the objective at all. So now if they can hold this out for this one fight, we'll be equalized. Now, what's really concerning is the ults that are coming online.
Yeah, exactly. The Pulse Bomb is already ready to go for Asuka, and Iridescent gonna have that Rampage. Luau has already started out with a kill onto Flatline, and now Spacebar, there's no support here for Pixel Peeps.
Asuka Lock, do you think we're gonna use this Pulse Bomb? No, it's not even necessary. Iridescent getting 2, Kala getting another. That is the objective going to Florida They-Thems immediately.
And it's such a clean fight. You don't have to use any of the ultimates that you've built up on. And I mean, you already are getting up to pretty much 5 ults on the board here for they, them. Kala gonna be having that Kitsune Rush ready to go very shortly here, as you honestly have the opportunity to take an early fight here if you're Florida. The beat is going to be available from Spacebar, but you can probably bring that out. No, it's actually going to be the beat and the blade in unison here from Pixel Peeps.
It comes through with Pixel Peeps. Flamingo gets antied. Flatline dangerously low, trying to avoid the slicing and dicing. Spacebar has fallen as well. It is just Atlas and Zachary K left standing. 67% on the board for Florida they-thems right now. They get the cleanup crew coming through. Iridescent pushing forward, deciding maybe we back off a little bit. Don't want to claim too much space without my full squad ready to go. Yes, they go and pick up their Kiriko. Now Kiriko coming forward. Ooh, Atlas, I think I know what you're cooking right now. Looking for someone to one clip.
I have to say, I'm praising them a lot for this, but Florida they-them just have such great timing there. When you use the beat and the blade from Pixel Peeps, you need to find that opening kill, because in response to the blade coming out, and you don't have the beat in response for it, so you're just not ready for the fight.
Oskalog forced to recall very early. Kala has also fallen. It looks like Pixel Peeps, their plan of attack every single time is find Kiriko, force the cooldowns, and then eliminate Kiriko. Favors return in kind. Brigida sucks, taking down Flatline. Iridescent will soon follow. 99% for Florida they-thems. They can give up this fight and come back swinging. They forced out a lot of ultimates, but the Pixel Peeps now going into this next fight with nothing on the board.
Yeah, it's tough because you're not really even close to anything. Like, Atlas might be able to build up to this Pulse Bomb kind of late fight here, but they-them, you don't have anything on the board just yet. If this fight goes a little bit longer, Iridescent is going to be able to build up to that Rampage, so it's really going to be on Flatline to try and hold on to this Suzu to go for that cleanse here, because we know that Florida they-them are going to move really quickly into these fights.
Early shout has been forced out from Zachary K. We're looking to go in. Blood is in the water. We are sharks. We're hunting. We're smelling it. We're after each and every one of the players that have used those cooldowns too soon. Zachary K, Spacebar, Flatline, Lawn Flamingo, Atlas all fall very rapidly because the safety net was cut as soon as Zachary K used that shout.
When the overtime is gone, nobody from Pixel Peeps is going to be able to touch. That's Florida they-them starting off with a win here on Antarctic. And, you know, a little bit of fight coming through from Pixel Peeps once we moved over onto the, this actually was the, I was baiting chat, sorry, it was sub-level, the first sub-map, but over on Labs here. Definitely looked a little bit better, and I do think that that swap over to the Tracer Genji, trying to mirror the composition, worked a lot better from them. The Mei, we have seen it work on sub-level, but with the pace that we were seeing come out from Florida they-them, it just wasn't going to work in the synergy, and you weren't able to kind of counter that speed.
The Pixel Peeps, I feel like cooldowns are just forced at the wrong times. They're forced early, and they-them took advantage of it every single time. Those fights were so rapid. Every time they saw the opportunity to just take advantage of the lack of a shout, the lack of a Suzu, the lack of an amp, they went in and they eviscerated the backline for the Pixel Peeps. The first to fall was always a Kiriko on either side. So yes, Pixel started to pick up on that and try to play a little bit more passive with that Suzu, but as soon as the Suzu wasn't used, that meant shout was getting forced, and they just got backed in the corner as that fight went on.
Yeah, I agree. That's a, you know, it's a mark of a really high caliber team, is to recognize like when you can push in and punish those mistakes, and to be able to do that and not actually lose someone in the process a lot of the time. You know, Florida they-them usually coming out with kind of 5 alive in those fights. Maybe you lose the one, but to not be kind of getting traded out, that takes a lot of synergy, and I gotta say, they're looking really good, and Pixel Peeps are gonna have to really pull together here, clean up a lot of those kind of like small mistakes of like you said, Nerdy, like the kind of just the cooldown usage coming out a little too quick, because you're seeing now that like if you make those mistakes, you are 100% gonna get punished for it.
One thing I want to point out is I feel like the mentality of JQ compositions, a lot of people think it is Brawl. While it is, there is a lot of sustainability that comes from that comp, and a part of that means you can play apart and you can play together, and I feel like Pixel Peeps got corralled too easily, so if they can avoid getting scared and falling back into their own team too quickly, instead using their movement abilities, getting out of the way, grabbing health packs, things like that to help drag out the fights longer, they might find more success when we move into the maps later in the game. However, I would suggest that maybe when we move on, we try to focus more on what we are comfortable with. And I mean, like, we're comfortable on a Tracer Genji, we're comfortable on a Wrecking Ball. Why don't we just play some variant of a Wrecking Ball composition to the JQ? I mean, Ball, yes, you go in and take every single cooldown and then you're absent for the fight, but trust your team to be able to clean everything up. That's just part of the name of the game. It's kind of panic and play on panic for the remainder of that encounter when you're on Ball. So I feel like if you're comfortable, why not do it?
Yes, I agree. And I mean, Pixel Peeps are going to have the opportunity to pick this next map. So maybe the Wrecking Ball wasn't going to work as well on Antarctic. It's definitely not a map that we do see a whole lot of dive on. You know, sometimes we get to see a little bit on sub level there. But now that you have the opportunity, we're heading into a hybrid map, maybe.
Yes.
So we're heading into a hybrid map. Honestly, that's not super great for Pixel Peeps in terms of trying to get a Wrecking Ball on the field. There's not a whole lot of hybrid maps where we see that Wrecking Ball come out. You know, there's some dive opportunities like Nimbani. You could head for kind of to play that dive. Maybe you could squeeze out the Wrecking Ball there. But I mean, when I think of like those classic hybrid maps, like King's Row, like you can play the Wrecking Ball on the first point there, but they're gonna have to dig deep if they want to change up and try to swap off of this mirrored Junker Queen composition, because yeah, it's not working so far, so it's time for a change.
Yeah, and in my mind, I'm thinking like to the alternative to playing the Wrecking Ball compositions, which is another dive and disrupt name of the game. You could go for a spam, but I feel like spam's currently not in the healthiest state in the current meta of the game, especially because like Sigma didn't really get touched that much in the most recent patch, whereas like every hero counter to him did. So it's not the best state to want to play a Sig, but I do think we are going to end up finding out what map it is here right now. So I'm excited to see what we pick. Can we play a Wrecking Ball on it? We're actually going to Midtown. So I feel like JQ in the early stages of Midtown can be extremely powerful to try and take the first objective, but Streets phase here, if you're not positioned properly, if you're caught in rotation, JQ gets punished very hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And Midtown, like this first point, you know, there's not a whole lot of kind of angles that you can take where the Tracer is really going to be able to hide. It's very clear pathing, which can kind of favor that defending team. But I mean, as far as the Wrecking Ball goes,
no.
I don't know. I'm not seeing it happen here on Midtown. Maybe, yeah, we might see the Ramattra come back in because we did have that band out the last map. That might be something that Pixel Peeps, you know, have in their back pocket here. And I do think that the Ramattra could be an option here on Midtown if that's something that you can run.
I mean, you could run Ram, as I said earlier, you can. I'm not saying you should run Sigma. There's options here. We could see a resurgence of the Mei, especially during the defensive phase for the Pixel Peeps, because it's a little bit easier to play the cutoff game with that wall coming up right underneath the bridge. So long as you time it right and you make sure there isn't cooldowns available, yes, you can definitely lock down and shut down a JQ early on and maybe even fully hold the objective. Now, am I saying that's exactly what's going to happen? No. On the flip side of things, if we're going to go the completely opposite direction and do want to try and play around this Wrecking Ball and play for that disruption, I think we need to ban out some of the heroes that we don't feel comfortable playing that ball against. We can't ban Cassidy, but we are going to end up banning out Echo. So I do think we could see a ball, but I think the Echo ball comp is so strong that now I don't think we'll see a ball.
Yeah, right. The combo between kind of the sticky nades from the Echo, you get that slam in just a little second of kind of CC, and then you follow up with that beam from Echo. It can be kind of an instant kill. So yeah, it is kind of interesting to see that Echo being banned here from Pixel Peeps, but potentially maybe a protect ban. I don't know if they're thinking that the DPS is going to get banned out. You know, maybe they are looking to kind of run that Mei here. I think that Midtown will be a little bit more favorable for that compared to Antarctic, so I definitely could see that. But yeah, we didn't see any Echo, obviously, from Florida they, them in this last map, but potentially in the last series that they played together, that could have made an appearance, as we are going to have this ban coming through from the Florida they, them, and they're going to go ahead and ban out the Juno, who I think does get quite a bit of playtime on Midtown specifically. You kind of have those long-range heals that you can go for, and you still have the utility of the speed to get in, whereas if you play the Lucio, like, you do have the utility of the speed, but the map is just a little bit more kind of like long range, so it's nice to be able to get that damage and healing in from the Juno.
I feel like Juno is one of the best representations of how support ought to be played, which is playing for damage, but also playing for healing at the same time. It's like healing is secondary to your damage almost, because it just so happens that you heal while you do damage. I think Zenyatta is a little too fine-tuned for damage at this point in time, with that 40% of my damage gets converted into healing with our Orb of Harmony, but Juno, no matter what, you're doing healing when you send out your torpedoes. So I think banning her, especially if you anticipate going into a spam composition or even a composition that can thrive while being spread out, is a great idea. But I'm still really interested about this Echo ban. You mentioned a protective ban. Honestly, sometimes you gotta throw caution to the wind. I'm shocked we didn't ban out Tracer. Meanwhile, pizza is on the menu, and I wish I was this pigeon right now.
Yeah, that is a real nice slice of pizza there. And Pigeon's just kind of savoring it. I mean, not even taking a bite. What restraint from this pigeon to be able to... Oh, there we go. Yeah,
there we go.
Good, good. Never mind.
Me on my diet currently.
Yes, and the laundry. Good. Okay, well, we do have Pixel Pete starting on the defense here, so we can at least, have a little bit of faith in the composition that they have selected. It is going to be Zachary K over on the Ramatra, and yeah, Lon Flamingo looking like they're going to want to play the Mei here. Definitely strong for this first point. Once you move over onto the second point, maybe a little bit harder, just kind of with that high ground to control, but we'll see what they can get done with it here on this first point. Florida, they, them. Well, we are still on that Junker Queen composition. The Lucio Kiri. Luau still on the Tracer, but Asuka bringing out the Hanzo here. So one-shot potential now on the board here for the Florida, they, them.
Iridescent trying to pull the Ramatra into a trap, uses the pullback and the commanding shout. Zachary and Atlas have both fallen. After losing 2 players, this means we got to get out of dodge currently for the Pixel Peeps. We are not able to evacuate if we're flatlined. Instead, we get flatlined by Asuka Lock. Asuka looking for someone else to eliminate. It's going to be Mei. Iridescent will clean up the crew there. And with that, we're most likely going to just lock this objective down. I do think that is one of the punishing aspects of the Mei composition in conjunction with her Ramatra, is that unless we have that aura, the only person that's really able to make it out alive is going to be our Lucio and Atlas, but they were eliminated first. You can see the plan of attack was to take away the speed.
Ooh, yeah, and now some more staggers coming through. Lon Flamingo is going to fall here in Florida, they, them, in classic Florida, they, them fashion. Not done quite yet. Pushing Pixel Peeps all the way back, although Pixel Peeps are going to be able to get out. You have the Lucio speed ready to go, but now Florida, they, them is in control of this high ground. It's going to be so hard for Pixel Peeps to kind of push back in here. So much damage from the Junker Queen, and you have Asuka on this Hanzo that's just going to be raining down damage from the high ground as well. So we'll see what Pixel Peeps can do to try and break through this. You really would love to find a wall. You need to get one of these targets split off. It's not enough to just put the wall behind them. You really need to isolate someone.
The footsie game lasted a little bit longer than the previous fight, but we've already forced out the Nemesis form. The wall goes up trying to allow our Ramatra a segue into the objective, but we can't. And Asuka Lock, 98% and counting on this Dragons, has some tasty targets in mind. If we get one more arrow down, we are going to be able to throw it out. Instead, it looks like we won't be able to have line of sight on anyone anymore. We also see that Ramatra is back in that Nemesis form, punching and weaving our way through JQ, Zachary K. With that elimination, we should be able to slow things back down in our favor for Pixel Peeps.
Yeah, and that's a really good stabilization for them. Now, Luau is hiding back here, so you got to be really careful because, I mean, we said it before, Dirty, there is, the one-clip potential here is going to have that Pulse Bomb nearly ready to go. I mean, Florida They's going to have 5 ultimates nearly ready to go, but Pixel Peeps, no slacking, and it's going to be the beat in response to that Kitsune Rush.
Flatline through the immortality to keep our team alive. Iridescent is going to end up falling. With that beat, it was not enough to sustain our JQ through the damage coming forward. Zachary K also has the Annihilation on line. Atlas very close to their ultimate as well. But Pixel Peeps burning so many ultimates here. Now, I think they are very aware that Luau is trying to pick up someone back there and be sneaky. And object permanence is not the name of the game, or we've chosen to actively ignore the Tracer that has Pulse Bomb.
Oh, yeah, Luau is looking for this 100%. And, I mean, nobody has turned around here. The lamp is going to be available for Flatline. A nice stick. Okay, and the lamp is there to keep Spacebar alive through that. But now the Rampage coming through.
the Rampage in conjunction with the Annihilation coming from the opposite side, but we are looking for the target of the backline. The Baptiste gets dangerously low and bakes it out alive, but our own backline for Iridescent, we've lost our Lucio. We return the favor, taking down Spacebar, so both teams are equalized right now. Atlas, I'm staring at you. You have that ult. If you need to hit it, you can. This could be the thing that turns things over, but those cooldowns for Florida they-thems, they are gone. Flatline has been eliminated. The fight is dragging out way too long, and because we've lost our Baptiste, I don't think Pixel Rising is going to manage to stay alive through this. Atlas has fallen as well. Lucio trying to boop away Iridescent so he can't get that cleave, the bleed to keep us sustained on the objective. We use our axe. Nemesis form comes out, but Zachary K has fallen to Luau, and Spacebar will fall to Iridescent. I believe this objective is locked down.
Oh, yep. Payload collecting that second checkpoint. 4 minutes on the board there for Florida they-them to roll through this third point. Once Asuka swapped over to the Sojourn, also off of that Hanzo. Once they got set up on that high ground, and Pixel Peeps are just kind of filtering in. You have to touch the objective. You're basically just subjecting yourself to a whole bunch of damage from a Sojourn. Luau has gone ahead and built up to another pulse bomb here. Like you said, Atlas does have this overclock ready to go. It's going to be a little bit hard to find the value here, and Luau is looking for them.
Ooh, the pulse bomb goes through but does not stick. We managed to use our slide to get away. We're also going to use a disruption to try and force Luau into a bad angle. Instead, we're just forcing Luau back into their team, but that plays into our Ramacho. We hear those ults come through. Kitsune Rush is being thrown out in response to Atlas's ult. Flatline also has window, but Spacebar dropped the beat to try and keep our team alive. Asuka finally hits their ult as well in return, but we're pretty far away, and we have a safety angle here for Pixel Peeps Rising, so they're able to disengage and stay alive, but they have to give up so much space. Ramacho comes through in that Nemesis form, takes down the threat of the day of Luau. So without that Tracer, that means our backline is going to be looking a lot healthier here for Pixel Peeps, and they hit the window. This fight is going in their favor at last. They take down Brig Sucks and Iridescent, but Asuka is here for blood, does not care there is a window up, but Ramatra says, so long, my friend, punching them back to their spawn room.
I see the play that Iridescent was going for there. You use the Rampage to counter the Baptiste window. You do hit the anti onto 3 players. However, Pixel Beast did a really good job of just playing around their window. They rotate to the other side. You take out Iridescent, and then you have the numbers advantage. No tank for the side of Florida they-them. And Pixel Beast, all right, you're burning some time off the clock there. 2 minutes to go, and oh no, you lose Spacebar here. You may have to use this Annihilation or Blizzard just to try and stabilize.
We hear that Blizzard come out as though you had prophesized it to be. Atlas, Leon Flamingo, and Zachary K all fall, but I think after losing our second player, we all just decided, hey, throw our bodies onto the payload. We need to get one more fight in here. However, we won't have Blizzard. We're gonna have to be playing for Annihilation in conjunction with Spacebar's beat. We hit an early pulse bomb. We force out the May Cryo Freeze, but we do not force anything else. That's huge for Pixel Peeps. We go in with that Annihilation. Luau gets dangerously low, is gonna manage to sustain just by using the natural environment. Brig Sucks will fall, but Zachary K falls shortly thereafter without our front line alive. That means our May has to take point here. Suzu used on both sides. Kala has a Kitsune Rush. We hit it. Long Flamingo is going to fall. Spacebar also is going to get dangerously low. We swap the Sombra to try and get a touch. I think it's too little too late.
Ooh, yeah, that is going to be Florida they-them picking up that third checkpoint with time in the bank as well, 1 minute and 24. So if this does happen to go into overtime, they'll get another shot at attacking here. And one thing that we didn't really talk about, Nerdy Bird, when we were thinking about this DPS passive buff, it also was a buff to really like the focus fire here, and I think that we're seeing Zachary K really suffer from that. The tank, when you have that 30% reduction in healing, if Florida they-them are able to just all kind of focus on that tank, and you fall so quickly. We see the Annihilation was popped there by Zachary K, did manage to find that 1 kill, but kind of once everybody from Florida they-them is turning, we're getting that DPS damage on the tank, just absolutely getting melted, even with that Annihilation and Nemesis form online. So we will see if there are going to be any changes here. Pixel Peeps are kind of teasing a hazard. No, okay, probably not. But we could potentially see Atlas come out on this Freya, who we haven't seen yet in any of these maps. But I definitely do think that she can be very impactful here. There's long sight lines. She's got a lot of mobility to get onto high grounds, and some horizontal mobility as well to have a little bit of appeal for herself. So excited to see if they do stick with that. Now, Florida they-them, it's essentially essentially the same composition here, but we are going to change a couple of things. Asuka going to be on the Ashe here, and then Kala over on the Baptiste. So I really like the Ashe on defense because, again, 30%. If you hit people with this dynamite, you get everybody burning. You can build up to Bob so quickly, and you can deny so much healing as well.
Let's see, Asukalok with the Ashe on this. Are we going to be spearheading our team to victory, or will Atlas return the favor and kite? Never mind, there's a massive dynamite early on, forcing out that immortality. The Immo is in a safe position. We also use the teleporter to get up to the high ground above the Mega inside Fire Station here. Luau is trying to make their way up, but I feel like if you get caught, yes, and you do get caught, this could be very dangerous. We already forced out a couple of the blinks, but Luau isn't forced to use recall, so we can re-engage very quickly here. It's just a little bit of footsie game happening on the objective between these two squads.
Yeah, Pixel Beats have essentially barricaded themselves in this room, which, okay, sure, but you really need to find some picks here, and you're going to try and push out and get aggressive, but everybody else still stuck in that firehouse, and unfortunately, Zachary K just isn't able to get the healing that they need to stay alive.
Not just Zachary K, it's Spacebar and Flatline falling with just Lawn Flamingo left standing, and again, just the idea of what creates a lot of utility, where does the speed come from? If we don't have teleporter, if we don't have our Lucio, well, then we are caught in a lot of hot water, because that means the enemy team, we have blinks, we have Coach Gun if we really want to get dangerous. Asukalok, I'm not saying you should ever use Coach Gun to go into the enemy team, but you could, theoretically. But we also have Shout, and we're going to have Amp Speed, so Florida They-Thems are able to take advantage of all these different mobilities and modalities for them to move around the map. That, you know, Pixel Peeps, you're going to be caught out very quickly without the movement.
Yeah, so Pixel Beats have, okay, they've made a swap here. Lawn Flamingo over onto the Genji is immediately sent back to spawn, and I mean, Zachary K on the hazard now also sent back to spawn. Asuka's gone ahead and committed that Bob, and it has just forced Pixel Peeps into a corner that they don't want to be in, and all right, Florida They-Them, you commit that one ultimate, but you got 4 others nearly ready to go here. You do have that Rampage from Iridescent. Now, there's no Kiriko on the side of Pixel Peeps this time, so Spacebar gonna have to build up to that beat, potentially use that in response to try and sustain through this, because where you're playing this really tight choke point, Iridescent has an opportunity to hit 5-person Rampage.
We hear the Rampage come out. The beat as well from Briggs sucks to try and sustain with this Rampage. Now, Spacebar also hit it. It did get expunged first. We hear Bola come out from Atlas. I don't think it claimed anybody. However, Briggs sucks. Iridescent do fall. Atlas falls to Luau. And we're finally getting that objective locked down. We've got 30%. Tracer still alive, most likely looking for a pinch play to happen with our JQ.
Yeah, so Atlas is going to be coming back from spawn here. Florida They-Them is positioning like they want to get a touch here. Even going to go ahead and commit this window so that they can keep their tank alive as Iridescent pushes onto point.
We forced out the immortality. Lawn Flamingo Flatline have fallen. Hazard uses the ultimate. Are we able to lock anybody down? No, we actually do not. We do, however, wall off this JQ. It's an opportunity to get the elimination, but we're too dangerously low. Kala is able to keep our JQ up and alive. Zachary Atlas falling. It's a little bit too much of a stagger, I think, for the Pixel Peeps.
Oh, okay, you get 2 ticks out of that if you're Pixel Peeps, but it was expensive. You did get some ults out of Florida They-Them, though, so Luau's going to be able to build up to this Pulse Bomb versus this Blade that's coming online from Lawn Flamingo. No beat going to be available from Brigitte Sucks, so honestly, if you're Pixel Peeps, you got to put everything into Lawn Flamingo here. Use that amp speed to help them get around, find the targets that they need. You just got to be worried really about kind of this, whoa, I was going to say the lamp from the BAP, that the BAP is gone.
Tracer is going to fall. Well, with Flatline Iridescent falling, this could finally be the opportunity to lock this down. Lucio comes in. This is the last opportunity. We hit the amp, but we hit the amp on the speed instead of the heal, and we end up following finally. The objective does go to the Pixel Peeps.
Okay, overtime, but they got it done there. Nice to have those 2 ticks already ready to go. It was a pretty quick fight that you really just needed that one more. Now, Florida They-Them are set up on this high ground. I believe everybody kind of got that close spawn or are already here. I guess, yeah, Brigitte Sucks coming back very quickly on that Lucio. So now, if you're Pixel Peeps, you need to kind of get onto this high ground, but you're walking into 3 ultimates, both those DPS ults ready to go. Luau, once again, has a Pulse Bomb and is looking for it over on the angle. Bob gonna be thrown out as well, but nice disengage here from Pixel Peeps. I mean, you're basically just LOSing the bomb, everybody kind of standing in a corner there. But while that's happening, you have Luau that's kind of wrapping around. So Florida, they them are staging to go back in with an engage once Pixel Peeps try to take some space.
Well, Flatline has started the gameplay here using that pulse bomb. The beat's been forced out as well. Call of Falls, as well as the immortality that stayed behind just a little bit longer. We hear that Rampage go through. Atlas getting antied, gets eliminated by Brigida. Sucks. Zachary K will fall, and Lom Flamingo Flatline falling last. Lucio is trying to stay alive. Spacebar does not sustain much longer. Honestly, though, you don't want to get too staggered from your squad.
Yeah, absolutely. The team kill comes through, and I mean, Iridescent just a really smart play there with that Rampage. Again, Pixel Peeps using this beat kind of in response to a lot of damage, but then as soon as that beat goes out, it's the Rampage that comes through and it connects onto all 5. Now, that bullet, unfortunately, not quite finding anything.
No, but it did force out the immortality early on, so we tried to use the bullet thereafter. However, Spacebar, Atlas fall, Flatline falling thereafter. Asuka Sucks and Brigida Sucks also have been taken care of for the Florida they-thems. We hear the bleed come through from Iridescent's knife. Zachary K is still alive here on the high ground, but is about to get pulled into the waiting arms of the JQ. We are putting our arms up trying to survive, uses the wall. We could theoretically climb up and over to safety, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that. Iridescent is surviving just due to the amount of bleed and lifesteal we get. Now, Oskalok has swapped over to the Widowmaker. If no one knows, well, let's just say you got to start checking your heads.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and it's good timing because 15 seconds here. Pixel Peeps have no choice but to basically rush towards this point. Now, you do have the downpour ready to go here from Zachary K. Didn't find any value with it last time, but now in the overtime fight, you expect that everybody's going to be playing kind of around this payload.
Luau trying to go after the Baptiste, maybe force out an early immortality, but we brought the rain. Briggs Sucks falls. Lon Flamingo goes down to the Rampage. Luau finds Flatline. Zachary falls to the Tracer. Iridescent finds Atlas. I'm telling you, we should have just banned Tracer. Luau on this Tracer is just a whole nother animal, and it's insane.
He's been absolutely terrifying. I mean, building up those pulse bombs so quickly, always on an angle, which, like, you kind of alluded to, Nerdy. Like, when you have this Tracer playing with this Junker Queen, you find that angle, all the damage kind of coming in from the Junker Queen. Even if Pixel Peeps just turns to kind of look at Luau on this Tracer, that's when you're going to get walked on by this Junker Queen. And I mean, Iridescent built up a Rampage, I think, in one fight there. Yeah, this is the one that kind of at the end here, just cleaning everything up. But Florida, they-them, I mean, I can see why they favor this Junker Queen composition. Everybody, you know, just playing their role really well in this team.
They're a well-oiled machine. I feel like JQ composition, while it's got high sustainability, if the timing on the cooldowns is just off, everything falls apart, and that squad was not experiencing any sort of squeaky wheels whatsoever. So they did a fabulous job, but that's only 2 maps so far, and we still have another map at the minimum to go. If we make it all the way to push, things are going to get very interesting, at least in my opinion, because I feel like more of the push maps can not so much favor JQ, but favor more dive-heavy compositions, such as, like, you know, Winston's and Wrecking Balls. So for the Pixel Peeps, we're looking to survive one more map and then go for the reverse sweep, and that has to start right now. And if you are the Pixel Peeps, let's talk about it again. What map are we gonna pick here?
Yeah, so our next map type is going to be Flashpoint here. So I am not going to New Junk City if I'm playing against a Junker Queen composition. I think that especially with how Luau's been playing on the Tracer, although you could ban out the Tracer, now is your opportunity. I think that New Junk City has so many angles for Tracer. Yes, Surabasa is also a very wide open Flashpoint map, but there's just not as many kind of corners. It's a little bit more of kind of a rounded map. So if I am Pixel Peeps, I am 100% taking us to Flashpoint. You do have the opportunity to play the Wrecking Ball there as well. It's not as easy to play on the New Junk City map. So if I'm Pixel Peeps, go to Flashpoint, ban out the Tracer. That's what I'm doing.
I also think it could pseudo act as a protective ban, because if we can force us out into going into push, then we can run that Tracer Wrecking Ball composition, and it could be absolutely devastational towards the other side. So we protective ban Tracer, but also just take the power of Tracer away, so to speak, for one single map, and things could be a lot better. And I feel like the Pixel Peeps were hearing our prayers. They're going to Surabasa here. I don't know if we'll see Wrecking Ball, but I do feel like Hazard on this map is kind of decent in some areas. We've seen enough of the Hazard gameplay. Ram also works on this map. honestly, I feel like if we play our cards right here for the Pixel Peeps, definitely could go more in their favor with those walls from both, you know, the Hazard as well as, gotta pull it back out, the May, possibility for that. And we also have a change of lineups coming through for this map.
Yeah, so Pizza Bagel is going to be coming in for Kala on that support line here. We'll take a little look-see, and it is going to, so the Florida Florida They Them. Yeah, you put me up with that name. I know that you wanted me to do that. Yeah, going to be coming in. Okay, potentially playing the Ana here. So this definitely is a composition that they're locked in right now that can work on Saravasa. We've seen kind of the Lucio Ana being played together. The Ana basically is just going for like really big flank nades. You're looking to really just go for the kind of the anti-nades onto the back line of the other team, and then you have kind of, if you have your Tracer ready to go following up on that, it can be basically just an instant fight win.
Look, Pizza Bagel, if I see those flanking Ana nades, you are going to be a player after my own heart. I absolutely adore those types of initiations. It's like, look, I know I'm supposed to heal my team, but what if I act as an initiator instead? So now the real question comes through. What are we going to be banning out here? I'm interested to see, are we going to finally have a protective ban? Are we finally going to not let someone onto Tracer for a map? Because it's make it or break it time, and this Tracer is very scary.
Oh, the Tracer's scary. I'm thinking also, like, you know, the Junker Queen has been played every time as well. Like, maybe you could go for the Junker Queen ban as well. Time ticking down. It will be... Okay, it's gonna be the Orisa ban. Okay, Orisa ban coming out for the... This is the Florida They Them? Question mark? Maybe. Okay, but somebody has banned out the Orisa here. So yeah, the Florida They Them banning out the Orisa. Orisa definitely is a really good tank to play on these maps. You have a lot of utility. You have a lot of staying power with the Orisa. The spear spin, the fortify. It's going to allow you to stay alive for so long, which can be really important on these flashpoint maps.
And technically speaking, if we want to get down to the bread and butter of things, Orisa does have some cooldowns that I feel like Junker Queen players are kind of afraid of. You have to just wait and force them out before you can play for your ultimate. Or Orisas are just able to protect their team using those cooldowns, not so much stopping your ult, but pushing your ult in a direction that makes it so it's not as viable. So I can see why we'd want to ban out that Orisa, but now that was resetting.
It was Pixel. Okay.
Are we playing Wrecking Ball here because Orisa's spear hurts?
That's a very good point. The spear and the spin can just absolutely shut down kind of that momentum for the Wrecking Ball. All right, the Florida They Them. Well, they are going to go ahead and ban out the Ventures, though we did see a little bit of Venture from the Pixel Peeps on Antarctic Peninsula, and Venture can combo very nicely with the Wrecking Ball. You have that utility, kind of dig in, you pop up. As long as you're timing it right, you know, it's all about capitalizing on that small little window of CC when the Wrecking Ball goes in with that pile drive.
I feel like Venture is a great combo. Ash can be a great combo with Wrecking Ball. Tracer's a good combo. We could maybe see a Zenyatta who plays the runaway game. There's a lot of possibilities of what we could be seeing here. With the Orisa ban, it opens up the opportunity for us to safely play ball, but I mean, on the first point in particular, I feel like we kind of just suffer when we're Wrecking Ball players on this map, especially going into a JQ, because if there's one moment that goes wrong, you're getting pulled into an axe and the whole enemy team's looking at you, and it feels like Overwatch 1 all over again. Now, I digress. I wish these teams both the best of luck as we go into Saravasa here. This could be our last map here of the day. I'm leaning into that idea that we're hitting the exhaustion points. Things are gonna start to fall apart just a little bit. We've been playing for hours. Something's bound to go wrong. And of course, every map from coast to coast, country to country, there is always going to be pigeons. And here we sit with a beautiful bunch of them. I hope they have a wonderful time observing this match. I sure as heck will be. I am interested to see what we roll out on. If it's a Wrecking Ball, my heart will be happy.
Oh, we'd love to get to see it. Okay, I mean, Pixel Peeps teasing this Junker Queen, potentially still want to go and run that here on Saravasa. And yeah, you mentioned like this could be our last map of the day. I'll remind everybody that the team that wins this is gonna go ahead and play Atlas Kesuku, who's waiting in those grand finals, which will be happening tomorrow. So this is Pixel Peeps' last chance to try and start a reverse sweep here. It is going to be the mirror matchup coming through once again here on Surabasa, and both teams actually kind of rotating opposite sides, so they're going to meet up exactly in the middle of this flashpoint.
Going to be the Tracers also meeting on the off angle, so we've effectively created a 4v4. This comes down to whose aim is going to be stronger and whose target focus on cooldown usage is better. As Zachary K hits that commanding shout first, pulls in Iridescent, and Atlas gets the killing blow. With the tank eliminated for Florida, them, so some of the sustain is gone. If they can pick up Lucio, yes, they've sealed the first fight, going in their favor for the Pixel Peeps.
This is what Pixel Peeps needed to do. You need to go first in these fights. So getting that shout out first, immediately going for Iridescent as well. You know, that's going to be a lot of sustain and just HP pool in the field for Florida, them. So really nice stuff from that. Honestly, the fight was so quick. The Pixel Peeps didn't really get a chance to build up to a whole lot of ultimates here. Spacebar at 60% of that beat, so that's looking really good. But right now, you really just need to kind of play for this second fight. Again, you want to try and go first here, build up some ultimates, and then you're kind of playing for that third fight.
I sometimes consider these ones and dones, especially if Zachary K is able to pull 3 and 4 people towards them and get massive axes, but the Suzu came through just in time. Follow-up shout comes through from Iridescent as Asuka picks up Spacebar and Lawn Flamingo will fall. We do find Brigida Sucks getting eliminated, but Flatline, Atlas, Zachary K all getting eliminated. You said it best, it's going to be a three-fight point. First 2 are down, but the first 2 favored Pixel Peeps so heavily. That we get to 80%. This third fight is pivotal to win this objective, but the ults are favoring Florida them.
Yeah, Florida them put out a whole lot of damage in that last fight, so we have that Pulse Bomb on the line. You're going to be able to build up to the Blade and the Rampage quite quickly here. Now, Pixel Peeps, everybody falling very, very low. The beat is available for Spacebar, but you'd love to be able to hold that for this Rampage.
Holding it for the Rampage is not going to happen, unfortunately, and Brig Sucks and Pizza Bagel both have fallen for the Florida thems. Though they had this objective, they had the ults in their favor. He who ults first sometimes wins the fight, and Spacebar called it and said we're going to go in with B and be aggressive. It works out as Iridescent does fall, but Atlas and Flatline might have gotten a little too big for their britches. Zachary K falls to the Pulse Bomb, and we're tied as far as percentage marks here, favoring Florida thems with the point control.
Really praising Luau for the Tracer. Well, Asuka showing that they can also play the Tracer very, very well. A dangerous combo to have DPS that are able to flex like this. Now, there is going to be a small opportunity. Overtime has been triggered. Pixel Peeps want to take another fight here.
Askalak is forced to use that recall, but no one is looking at this Tracer, who is low on cooldowns. Lawn Flamingo goes down. Luau has this Dragon Blade ready to go. We see the Rampage get popped. Kitsune Rush in response, trying to find the opportunity to regain our Suzu to save our team. Atlas, Flatline have both been eliminated for Pixel Peeps. They lose their front line. Zachary falling, Spacebar also going down. So despite the disadvantage to fight prior and the ult disadvantage in the final fight, Florida them win objective 1.
And I feel like this is so classic for Florida them. Like, you're really, really good at kind of, although that wasn't necessarily a dry fight, you're doing a really good job of just kind of winning out with your cooldowns, getting the kind of the setup ready to go. I mean, already just like looking at this already, we have Luau that's on the angle right now, and that's going to create so much pressure onto the front line of Pixel Peeps. Now, Pixel Peeps does have both DPS ultimates ready to go here, but that beat from Brigida Sucks is going to be available for that Blade. And then you also have this Rampage again ready to go here from Iridescent, and everybody from Pixel Peeps is just kind of funneling in to the point.
But no one funneled into Luau's Dragon Blade, as we don't pick up anybody but Iridescent and Asuka do find one. And at the very end of the Blade, we pick up Lawn Flamingo. We did manage to cut the lawn, finally using that Blade. But now Askalak is chasing someone down. We give up as we've lost all of our blinks.
Yeah, still lurking though. Asuka does have this Pulse Bomb ready to go now. Well, we are on the Kiriko for Pixel Peeps Rising, so you will have that Suzu potentially to try and keep someone alive. But I mean, Flatline might be the target of this Pulse Bomb.
Flatline returned the favor as we see the Rampage come through by Iridescent. It's absolutely massive. We force the beat out on both sides. I mean, we have no choice but to use an extra ult for Florida thems in this moment. Atlas looking to loop around and find a target to pick on. Iridescent ends up falling to Lawn Flamingo with this Dragon Blade, who gets 2 others dangerously low, finds a third finally, picking up Briggs, Sucks, and Pizza Bagel. Atlas falls, and we're looking to pick up the final straggler on this objective. It's Luau, the Genji, falling.
Okay, it looked good for a second there for Florida They Them. You use that Rampage, you end up getting the better beat as well. Brigitte sucks using that beat just a little bit after Spacebar, but that blade was ready to go from Lon Flamingo. So as soon as that beat starts to fade, it's the blade that comes out. Unfortunately, Pizza Bagel actually ends up teleporting into the blade, trying to get to safety, and Pixel Pete's in control now. 70% though, They Them, and you've taken out Tracers. You already have control of this angle.
Oh, Luau also coming in at an additional off angle. The Kitsune rushes out on the field. Flatline ends up going down to Pizza Bagel. Some Mortal Kombat action occurring. Spacebar falls to Luau. The Ghost Dash comes through onto Lon Flamingo. We find another elimination. Pizza Bagel just hanging on to the Kitsune rush. We have Pulse. There's no need. Atlas and Zachary K both fall. The objective is in our favor. And unless a miracle happens, I don't think we'll get another touch.
Yeah, 80% is getting a little dicey here for Pixel Peeps, and They Them, I mean, again, you just win out a fight, you don't use any ultimates, you have this Kitsune Rush ready to go. You've taken out Spacebar, who I think might have been trying to go for that touch. Now, the overtime has been triggered here, but Pixel Peeps just do not have the numbers to try and get another fight. That's 2 points now collected for Florida They Them, putting themselves at map and match point. We will be heading over to Garden for the sub point of Suravasa, and it looks like Florida They Them are going to be able to get a little bit of a positional advantage here. And I mean, again, you've got these ultimates, you're going to have 4 online. Brigitte Sucks is going to be able to build up to this blade as well. It's just the Rampage here from Zachary K to try and break through to this point.
Early Kitsune rush from Florida They Them, Luau, Pizza Bagel, and Brig Sucks all losing their lives. Zachary K using the Rampage in response after the Suzu was forced was pivotal to this victory for them. But they forced out Rampage, which was the only ult at the start of the fight the Pixel Peeps had in response for a Kitsune rush, which arguably from Pizza Bagel is built extremely fast. So I do think that was a worthy trade to make sure they can secure the next fight.
Yeah, it was really a nice kind of positioning for that that Rampage as well. Everybody was kind of grouped up in that stairway. Now, this is going to be the first time that Pixel Peeps have been able to cap this point first, and finding a pick onto Brigitte Sucks is looking good for them to try and hold on to it.
Asuka Lock is locked onto this backline, specifically looking for the Kiriko. The Rampage comes through. It does get an anti-out, but the response, Suzu, does clear it. Atlas, Zachary, both falling. Pizza Bagel falling there after, and Spacebar. Looks like Pixel Peeps aren't going to be able to hang on to this objective much longer.
Nope. All right, so we have team kill coming through there for the Florida They Them. 62% for Pixel Peeps. Not too bad for your first fight, and you are going to have the beat and the bleed coming online here. Asuka lurking once again, has this pulse bomb ready to go. All right, has been found out, so won't be able to get the sneaky pulse bomb, but is still able to kind of maintain this angle. So still going to create a lot of pressure on Pixel Peeps, but hey, they're actually going to rotate around through the fountain, taking a fight kind of on the inside.
Asuka Lock still staying outside of this area, though, as the beat has been brought out early. This is an opportunity for us to engage and just pierce through the backline of the enemy team. We hear Genji Blade also get initiated. We're still hanging on to this pulse bomb. Asuka Lock waiting for that Suzu with Brigitte Sucks falling and Pizza Bagel. It's time for us to find some eliminations, or our team isn't going to come back alive here. Flatline falls, Iridescent is going to fall. It is just our Tracer and Genji alive. Scratch that, it is just Tracer.
I like this from Pixel Peeps. This is the second time that they've done this play where you go in aggressively with this beat, and then Florida They Them, Brigitte Sucks is looking for that better beat, so you use the beat, and then Lon Flamingo's ready to go in once again with that Dragon Blade. Finds the kills onto both supports from the Florida They Them, and it's honestly just a beautiful kind of play, a read on how Florida They Them is going to react to your ultimates. But now, Pixel Peeps, I mean, you've got the Rampage, and you just got hit with a 5-person Rampage.
The response to the Rampage, though, is a pulse bomb onto Flatline, and Lon Flamingo as well will fall down to Genji. But Zachary K with the Rampage in return picks up a 2-piece combo. Spacebar finds Pizza Bagel, but Spacebar falls to Asuka Lock. Feels like our Tracer and Genji are always sustaining themselves for such a long period of time on this objective, and I think that DPS passive comes in clutch against Zachary K. We flip the point over to Florida They Them.
Yeah, and ooh, okay, the contest is actually coming through. The Genji, Tracer, and Kiriko for Pixel Peeps managed to get a touch here, so fight not quite over yet.
The fight can't be over. They know that if they step off this objective, most likely at this point, especially because we staggered on, this is going to be the end of the match here. We hit the Kitsune Rush, Spacebar and Atlas have fallen, and unfortunately Flatline fell earlier. I don't foresee us having a clean fight here coming up for the final one on this map.
Oh, Lawn Flamingo and Spacebar are dashing towards the point. You do have the beat that connects onto the Lucio and both DPS here, and you actually catch Iridescent out, but has that shout able to stay alive for a little bit longer?
Oh, we hear the Dragon Blade come out, and we do have the Juno swap to try and use that Hyper Heart Ring to get through to the objective, but it also means we lose our cleanse. Atlas, Lawn Flamingo have both fallen. The sustain for the Kiriko. Now that we don't have it, we're feeling it. Brigida sucks, will fall. Spacebar is going to fall as well. We're at 99 and 99, and for good measure, Askalok will throw out that pulse bomb onto someone's corpse. With that, that is 3-0 on both Sirivasa and in the series. Not once, but twice for the Florida They-Thems.
Florida They-Them showing absolute supremacy here. I mean, 2 3-0s is hard to argue with that. That means that Florida They-Thems will move up from this lower finals. They are going to be facing off against Atlas Kesaku in those grand finals that's happening tomorrow. And I mean, from what we've seen here from Florida They-Them, I am excited to see that match up tomorrow. Definitely a very, very strong team, especially when they get to play that Jungler Queen composition.
I am excited to see it. The explosivity coming from that comp is great, but with how powerful they were here during this matchup, that just goes to speak to how powerful the Atlas squad actually is as well, because if they went toe-to-toe with that and 3-0 swept as well, that just means that they are fully aware of how that composition works and how to either play it better or play around it. So tomorrow, which team comes back with the best answers to the test is really going to determine who walks away with that championship title.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so congratulations to Florida They-Them. A really nice attempt there from Pixel Peeps. I think that they had some really smart plays there, some nice kind of team compositions, and I love the way that they were using their ultimates as well. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to take down the Florida They-Them, as we won't be able to see them again because, hey, this was the elimination match, so you're going to be going home, unfortunately. But they had a nice run through that Swiss stage, and it was a pleasure to get to see them on stream.
Yes, it was. The one thing that I feel like was pivotal, though, was Tracer gameplay across the board. I feel like tomorrow there's going to be a lot of Tracers as well, so take note and learn and evaluate if you're wanting to join us here. But one thing I also want to point out once again, just before we say goodbye for the evening, is that this broadcast is also partly, in part, being a fundraiser for the Trevor Project. You can donate. We also have that progress bar in the chat, so please donate to that project and help an LGBTQ cause.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a great cause. You know, Pride Month is wrapping up now, so if you can support, definitely is a great time to do it now. So yeah, that is going to be our last series of the night. I have been Rain, joined by Nerdy Bird on the prod side of things. We had Echo producing, we had Orange and Reach Dat on the OBS tonight. So thank you to everybody on the broadcast team. Thank you to the players for showing up and putting on such a great match. And hey, thank you to everyone that tuned in to support as well. We can't wait to see you tomorrow.